Tell me when.
Jessica, go ahead.
Okay, we are ready to begin. Good morning. Today is Monday, July 25th, 2022. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce our Pledge of Allegiance speakers for today?
Yes, thank you, Jessica. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. So I'm very proud to welcome Rebecca Reyes, Girl Scout Troop 55914, to be here with us today to lead us in the pledge. If you all want to go ahead and come up to the podium. And then, Judge, if we could afterwards, since they did make the effort to come be here in person with us, do you mind if we have a photo with them?
Oh, absolutely. And they can introduce themselves, and
Yes, if you guys
we'll
want
get to know them.
introduce yourselves at the
Behind
microphone,
the-
just give your name and maybe your grade in school.
Yeah, you can go behind it.
You can stand on the other side, please.
You can
Go
go
on the
around
other
this
side.
way.
Hi, I'm Samantha Rey Numero.
Samantha.
Don't be shy.
I'm Jane Reyes.
Thank you.
I'm Olivia Torres.
Thank you.
I'm Andrea Medina.
Thank you.
I'm Alize Elizalde.
Thank you.
I am AJ.
I'm Tony Marie Gonzalez.
Thank you.
I'm Riley.
Thank you, Riley.
Hi, good morning. I'm Rebecca Reyes.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Please
Okay,
rise
we
for
are
the Pledge
ready.
of Allegiance.
Thank you.
They want to stand, just kind of go back.
All good? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you guys want to come up and we'll just take a really quick photo right over
Yeah.
here.
Oh, when?
Sorry,
Don't let go of those cookies, Chief.
Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salum.
Welcome.
We will now receive an invocation by Phyllis Peterson from the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Welcome, Ms.
Good morning,
Peterson.
everyone. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Each of us is a minority with respect to something. It might be race, religion, sexual orientation, nationality, or any other way we may be regarded as different. Each of us is also part of some majority, and it is when we wear our majority hats that we need to be most mindful of how we treat others. I'm confused. I'm hearing
Go
something
ahead,
in the
ma'am.
background.
We muted them. Go ahead.
Okay. We must pledge our best efforts to help one another and to defend the rights of all of our citizens and residents. What divides us is not so much our religious differences in this diverse country, but the degree of commitment we have to equal freedom of conscience for all people. We are gathered today, both religious and secular members of our community, with a shared belief that we must treat our fellow human beings with respect and dignity. So we ask that you keep your eyes constantly open to the serious issues the city government can and should solve or improve, and to look at what you can accomplish by applying your considerable talents and experience to the problems that confront us. As you work together on behalf of all who live in this city, may you gain strength and sustenance from one another through reason and compassion. I'd like to close in a bipartisan manner by quoting from two presidents, one a Republican and the other a Democrat. First, the Republican. When I do good, I feel good. When I do bad, I feel bad. That is my religion. That was the great Abraham Lincoln. And now the Democrat. It's remarkable how much you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. That, of course, was Harry Truman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. A pleasure, and thank you for taking time to be with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, would you like to make any opening comments before we begin?
Yes, an exciting day today. Just amazing friends here with us today. We love resolutions and be able to recognize and let our community know. So on behalf of myself and Commissioners Court, Commissioners, we welcome you here today. We've got Commissioner Stout virtual, and of course we have Commissioner Holguin and Commissioner Leon here with us today, and Commissioner Robinson will not be able to be with us today. So I thank you for being here. Like I said, we're always really excited about having everyone understand the process and what we do at Commissioners Court, and as you can see, some amazing people here today that we're going to be recognizing. So look forward to this day. I do ask if you have an opportunity that if you're part of the resolutions that you stay until the resolutions are completed so we can honor those that are here today. So once again, thank you for being here. Have a great week and have one that's very blessed and productive. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4S. For item 4C is accept a quarterly report from the El Paso County Housing Authority. We'd like for this item be postponed 1 week. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for further discussion?
Commissioners? If not, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Dr. Guillermina Gina Nunez Michiri for her years of service at UTEP.
Commissioner Stout?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everybody. I have the honor to recognize a very extraordinary educator and scholar, which is, of course, Dr. Guillermina Nunez Mchiri. She has taught at UTEP for 17 years. She recently accepted a position at San Diego State University, Imperial Valley, where she will be the first Chicana dean of that school. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Nunez Mchiri, for your years of dedicated service to the UTEP and El Paso community. You can go ahead and come up to the podium, and I will read the resolution, and then we can hear from you. Okay, Doctor? Let me
Thank
pull
you.
up the resolution. Whereas Dr. Guillermina G. Nunez Mchiri, an associate professor of anthropology and director of women and gender studies at the University of Texas at El Paso, UTEP, has been named the new dean for San Diego State University, SDSU Imperial Valley. And whereas the position marks a return to both SDSU and the Valley community, a Calexico High School graduate, she received her undergraduate degree in international business and her master's in Latin American studies from San Diego State University. She later earned her doctorate in cultural anthropology from the University of California, Riverside. And whereas Dr. Nunez Mchiri is an applied anthropologist who promotes service learning and engaged scholarship efforts on the U.S.-Mexico border. She specializes in ethnographic research on the U.S.-Mexico border region and has published on a number of topics. One of her many publications is the book Hope Lighting. Sus discapacidades nos hacen más fuertes, a publication to give a voice to the experiences and testimonies of mothers of special needs children in El Paso. And whereas Dr. Nunez Mchiri served 2 years as UTEP's Faculty Senate President during 2020 to 2022, during which time she served as an advocate for public safety measures on the UTEP Recovery Task Force to help mediate the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to protect faculty, staff, and students. She also represented UTEP at the Faculty Advisory Council, FAC, where she served as a co-chair of the Academic Affairs Committee at the University of Texas system level. And whereas she is currently co-chair for the LEAD project, an executive leadership program that prepares women with the skills and tools necessary for them to launch projects and initiatives that support the development of Latinas, their families, and community. And whereas Dr. Nunez Mchiri co-chaired and participated in the Yo Soy Teatro, Women of the Americas, and the Ya Basta, Enough is Enough community theater groups that address women's empowerment through the historical and artistic representation of Latina leaders in the U.S. and Latin America and gender-based violence on the U.S.-Mexico border. And whereas in August of 2022, Dr. Nunez Mchiri will take on the role of Dean at San Diego State University Imperial Valley campus as the first Chicana Latina Dean in the 125-year history of San Diego State University. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we recognize and commend Dr. Guillermina G. Nunez Mchiri for her 17 years of dedicated service to UTEP and the El Paso community. We wish you the very, very best in San Diego. Signed this 25th day of July 2022, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout, and thank you, Commissioners.
We're going to take a vote and then we'll.
Yes, we'll take a vote.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now it's official. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm tremendously in gratitude. Thank you very much. I see the fruit of my labor. I came as a grad student to study the colonias on the border. And when I found the conditions that people were living in, I couldn't leave. I was asked by my family, "Are you done?" But when there's work to be done, it's not so easy just to step away. So I finished my dissertation work in New Mexico and came to El Paso. I'm very grateful that UTEP believed in me and offered me a position, ABD. I had not finished my dissertation. I was working on it at night and on weekends while starting to teach at UTEP. This August would have been 18 years of service at the university that has given me so much. I began as an applied anthropologist by asking people, You know, I do community engaged work. Will you let me do that work? In many institutions, they ask you to leave your scholarship and your activism apart, to separate it, but I can't. As applied scholars, we see the need in our community, and we invite our students to join us. And it is by them seeing the need and feeling the commitment to take action, to do what they can, that we can change this community. So for 17 years, we have hundreds of thousands of service hours that we have done collectively. And I want to thank my colleagues, because I started as one of them, but many, many of them are committed scholars in this room and in this community amongst us. And we developed many partnerships with the city, with the county, with nonprofits, with government. And it's in these partnerships that we can bring resources together and make change. Judge Samaniego, I have tremendous respect for the stance that you have taken to protect our citizens during the pandemic. I know it's not an easy stand, but when we live in a state, in a community that did not ask people to mask, we had to take a different option. When we saw people dying while trying to work and stay alive, we knew we had to take action. So I worked on a task force of 28 people at UTEP to try to keep people safe. But I knew what you were doing, your effort, and it's been really important to take a stand when no one else wants to take that leadership. So I want to thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, for all the work you do in the colonias and the communities. Thank you for your support of our leadership project. To my peers, to my colleagues, to my students, thank you for all the love and support. I take El Paso with me.
Doctor, I can tell you, I know you'll have other individuals, but you have made such an amazing impact. I knew it from every dimension, from the pandemic to just the women initiatives that you have and being an activist, and you're absolutely right. I don't know if there's such a thing as someone being a great professor, teacher, and being an activist on the side. No se vale, as we say. You have to become both of them. I also learned a lot about you through different ways, but Crystal, who works in my office, obviously is very extremely proud of having to know you and being her professor. But we thank you, and you know, it's hard. I mean, every time somebody tells me they're going to leave El Paso, it's just like, oh, like a pain, because I know how good you've been. I know you will stay in touch with us, but also know you'll be an amazing ambassador for El Paso and what we're trying to accomplish. We did have, we started actually the vaccination on the border was actually started in San Diego in a small scale, and then we quickly picked it up, and then we had about 32,000 vaccinated on the border. And so we know we can do these amazing things, and we need people like yourself. So please stay in touch. I always say, if you don't come back in spirit, come back in mentoring, come back on boards, come back some way, so that you'll always be part of this amazing community, because we love you, and I know you love us, and I hope that relationship continues to move in that direction. So thank you very much, Doctor. Commissioner Holguin.
I just wanted to take a moment to really quickly recognize you for all of your dedication and commitment and service to our community these past 17 years. It's been my absolute honor and privilege to have worked with you throughout these many years, and you will be greatly, greatly missed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. And you want to go down and...
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Reverend Monsignor Arturo J. Bañales for his dedication and service to the community of El Paso County, Texas.
This is such a great honor. This will be on behalf of Commissioner Stout and myself that I'll be reading the resolution. I was going to start off by saying this is Ricardo Arturo Samaniego, just so I can connect semi-tocayos. I don't know if middle names require that, but it's such an honor. You know, there's been so many community meetings to honor him. I was at one, and I can tell you, amazing individuals and what was said and the heart and the expressions and everything. It sort of really places things in perspective. So I'm hoping also that when I read this, there's so much about, Monsignor, just unbelievable person in our community. So very honored to be able to do this today. Whereas Reverend Monsignor Arturo J. Bañuelas is a native of Pecos, El Paso, Texas, and has served as a priest for the Diocese of El Paso for 46 years. After theological studies at Notre Seminary in New Orleans, Louisiana, following the ordination to the priesthood, Father Arturo served in leadership roles in the parish communities of Santa Lucia and St. Pius. During his tenure as pastor of St. Pius, the parish received national distinction as the only one of the most outstanding Hispanic parishes in America, but one of the best. And whereas Father Arturo's pastoral leadership was instrumental in the development of relief and missionary and initiatives to Rarámuri people in the mountains of Chihuahua, into Honduras, China, Cuba, and Kenya, as well as communities in West Texas and Ciudad Juárez. Father Arturo has been widely recognized for his efforts to develop thriving parish communities which prioritize enculturation, accompaniment, and integration of those on the margins, as well as the development of lay parish leadership according to the vision of the Second Vatican Council. And whereas from 2015 up until his recent retirement, Father Arturo served as pastor of the parish community of St. Mark. While at St. Mark, Father Arturo significantly grew the parish ministries and outreach programs, assisted in the development of San Pedro de Jesús Maldonado parish community on El Paso's east side, worked tirelessly to meet the needs of the community sick, hungry, unemployed during the COVID-19 pandemic, constructed the impressive and beautiful shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe and San Juan Diego, and played a key leadership role in the development of the diocese's first retreat center, Casa Guadalupe. And whereas in addition to his parish service, Father Arturo was a key advisor to Bishop Raimundo J. Peña, who was Bishop of El Paso from 1980 to 1995. Father Arturo was instrumental in the formation of the Diocese of El Paso's ministry for the divorced and separated, as well as the Diocese Commission for Evangelization for Hispanics. Having been sent to Rome to advance studies by Bishop Peña, Father Arturo earned a licenciatura in Sacred Theology, magna cum laude, in 1986, as well as a doctorate in Fundamental Theology, magna cum laude, in 1988 from the prestigious Georgian University. Whereas in 1988, Father Arturo founded the Tepeyec Institute, El Paso Diocesan Institute for the Training of Lay Leaders, one of the largest in the United States, and the first to train pastoral leaders in the context of U.S.-Mexican border scholars, dedicated in promoting research and critical theological reflection with a context of U.S. Hispanic experience. Father Arturo has earned distinction as a pioneer scholar in Hispanic theology and has lectured and spoken at universities throughout the world. Whereas Father Arturo has also been recognized as a powerful advocate for justice and the social mission of the Church, and has exercised key leadership roles in the immigrants' rights movement at the U.S.-Mexico border, as well as the movement of the rights of dignity of farm workers. He is a founding member of the Border Network of Human Rights, as well as recently established Mexican American Cultural Institute. And whereas in 2015, Father Arturo founded Hope Border Institute, which works to bring the perspective of Catholic social teaching to bear the relative uniqueness of the U.S.-Mexican border region through a robust program of research, policy work, leadership development, and action. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court celebrates and recognizes Reverend Monsignor Arturo J. Bañuelas for more than 30 years of service to the community of El Paso County. Signed this 25th day of July, 2022.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Monsignor, could you? Get Joe, you can join them up here if. Thank you. Get if you could come as well. Lily, Limon. Come on, Joe. So we're very honored, and you have the podium, Monsignor.
As a Mexican American, I am so blessed and honored to be in the Alicia Chacon courtroom and the Enrique Moreno courthouse. It's really a blessing and an honor, and I'm grateful for this recognition. God has blessed me with 46 years of a tremendous journey of ministry in this great border community. As you know, we priests, we work to serve God's people, especially giving priority to the poor, and to stand always in solidarity with those who promote Jesus' vision of a world filled with justice and peace and love and reconciliation, and care for our common sacred earth. And I know I'm in good company for that, and it's been a blessing to do that. I'm grateful to you, Judge Samaniego. I admire you and respect you a lot for what you've done, not only for the pandemic, because you saved lives with your stand, a lot of lives, but also for the leadership you've given in bringing healing to this community after August 3rd, much needed leadership. And of course, Commissioner Stout, siempre compañero en la lucha por la justicia, and Commissioner Ileana and Carlos, your important voice and leadership in this community has been so important for us. I'm grateful to all of you, and I thank God that I've been part of this community where many of the leaders, like you all, bring us hope and work for the common good of all. Thank you very much. Dios los bendiga siempre.
Thank you so much. You know, and I'll have others speak because they've known him so much longer than I have. But just the impact that he's had in my life, and especially working and being in touch with the victims of August 3rd and the pandemic situation has been incredible. Some people leave a legacy sort of behind. Monsignor's legacy really moves forward, just the foundations and the associations and that he created that will be going for forever. And so I thank you for what you did, and I know that more things are going to be coming because of you've laid some amazing seed on the ground that will be really nourished. So thank you very much. Ms. Limon, would you like to, Representative Limon, would you like to?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For whatever you do for the least of your brothers, you have done unto me. That is Monsignor Bañuelas. His whole mission has always been about the poor, the immigrant, the marginalized, people that are not normally accepted freely and fully by our society. We are our biggest critics, and Monsignor has taught us the way of serving others. And if you get a call at 7 o'clock on a Friday night and says, come to the airport, migrants have been dropped off here, they have nothing, they have no food, I need your help. And that's what my husband and I do. We run wherever he says. And we are incredibly honored and proud of him. We had the great fortune to have met him 46 years ago, because at our parish, he was getting ready to be ordained as a priest. So we have seen the many, many things that he has done in this community. So he is a blessing to all of us. He is a joy. And now, after a little bit of rest, he will be very active in our community at a different level, because no va a descansar. We're going to keep him moving. Thank you, Judge, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mrs. Fierro, Enriqueta Fierro, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for honoring this amazing man. I met him before he became a priest. He was a seminarian. He came to St. Pius on a summer, and he made friends with everybody. My family became part of he became part of my family. And we were so proud to know him, and he was so friendly and hardworking, loving. And we were proud to attend his ceremony when he became a priest. And he has continued to be part of us. He's done so much for our community, for my family. And I just want to thank him and thank God for putting him in our lives here in El Paso, where he has been part of us and our community ever since. And we love him so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Fierro. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Buenos dias. Good morning. Thank you for recognizing Monsignor with this honor. Marian, come here. See, we are the fruits, some of the fruits. There are many more. Stand on the shoulders of giants, of Mexican American people who people are trying to erase us. And we have a language of faith and of justice and lucha and resilience because of all of these people standing behind us and in front of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Or Commissioner Stout?
Thank you, Judge. I'm very proud to have been able to co-sponsor this resolution, Padre Monsignor Banuelas. It has been such a pleasure to have worked with you over the years and to have marched with you and done lots of great things. I feel that you are not just a spiritual leader in this community, but a leader in many different areas, and you've had major impacts on so many of us elected officials, and have held us accountable and have made us strive to do the right thing. And we need people like you pushing us and making sure that we stay strong. And so I really appreciate your support of me over the years and of this court and of the things that we have been working on together. I know that you're not going away. I know that you'll be around to continue to do that work with us, just in another capacity. And I congratulate you on such an amazing life of service. You are a giant. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stott. Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. Father Banuelas, I want to take a moment to thank you for being the heart and moral compass of our community for so many years, and for being just a tremendous role model for all of us that seek to serve our community, to make sure that our community is a better place for every single one of us. So I just want to thank you personally. You'll never know the effect that you had on me, just like you've affected every single person in this room. From our first trip to Washington, D.C. to advocate on behalf of comprehensive immigration reform, to most recently your assistance with the naming of this courtroom on behalf of Alicia Chacon. I want to thank you personally for all of the guidance that you've given me, all of the support that you've given me throughout these years. I'm not going to say goodbye or that we'll miss you, because I know that you are not going anywhere and you're going to be even more active than you already have been. So, but I do want to take a moment to just thank you for the impact that you've had on all of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Gui. Commissioner Leon, please.
Monsignor, I met you while I was still with the police department, and I always thought your name was misspelled. I would tell people, Bañuelas, are you sure? But I've got to thank you for all your counsel over the years, and I remember you vividly during a vote on UMC when we were voting on those clinics, what your voice and Father Lucero and others have an impact on us, whether it's us here at the county or the city. So you've made a huge difference in our community, so thank you. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. I'm so glad that you mentioned Enrique Moreno, Licenciado Moreno, and of course Judge Chacon, Alicia Chacon. Those were two individuals that admire you tremendously. I know that Enrique is looking down and extremely proud. I'm sure he fought the fact that we named it after him. He was so humble. He's probably upset at us to be sure. But he won't be upset that we're honoring Father Bañuelas here today. So I'm glad for that as well. So thank you very much.
That way. Hi, babies.
Can you move the other?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay. We'd like to go ahead and go to item 5D.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay. Item 5D. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring July 3rd to August 3rd as a month of unity and healing in honor of the 23 beautiful lives lost and those who were deeply impacted by the August 3rd tragedy.
Well, thank you, and to give continuity and continue to honor Monsignor. Of course, and I mentioned how much he had done for the victims and the families of the August 3rd, and it's coming up, and it's pretty surreal, you know, that we're going into this third anniversary, especially during when we started working on it, we were opening our hearts again, trying to figure things out, and then Buffalo happened. Then we did a really nice vigil for Buffalo, and then Uvalde happened. So for this community, it means a lot to continue to respect and to honor and not forget what happened. This year, we're going to do things a little bit more subtle because there's the trials coming up and the victims are having to deal with a lot of situations. But we're still going to have a beautiful ceremony on August 3rd, and we hope that all of you go there. So let me read this into the record. Whereas El Paso was forever changed by the horrific and senseless tragedy that befell our community on August 3rd, 2019. The pain that was felt in El Paso and across our border echoed throughout the nation as we all mourned the beautiful lives that were taken. Whereas El Paso County's Healing Garden at Escarate Park stands as a beacon of hope in honor of those we lost and those who were deeply impacted. During a month of unity and healing, El Paso County recognizes organizations who have answered the call to help organize and promote conversations and activities that offer connection and unity during a time when many of us are so secluded, as well as activities that may offer support for those healing from past traumas and suffering. Was United Web El Paso County, the El Paso del Norte Community Foundation, Emergence Health Network, the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, and our very own county employees who are working diligently to help light a path toward goodwill, healing, and unity in our community. And whereas only in unity can we bring out the best in humanity and overcome the hatred in our society that led to this horrible act. If we teach our children at a young age to be compassionate, accepting, and understanding of the differences that make us so diverse, then they will have the power to truly make the difference in the world and prevent tragedies such as this from happening again. And whereas we approach the third anniversary of August 3rd tragedy, El Paso County is committed to creating a powerful echo throughout the nation to honor all those who have been impacted. Now, therefore, be resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that July 3rd to August 3rd be declared as a month of unity and healing. Signed this 25th day of July, 2022.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So thank you very much. I hope that all of you have got an opportunity to go to the Healing Garden. The Healing Garden at Escarate took almost 2 years from the beginning, right at the impact of that August 3rd. We begin to think about what are we going to be able to do to bring us together, something that's beautiful, that not only honors the victims. As a matter of fact, the vision that we had in my office was that we would look at it not strictly as a memorial, but something that was in honor of the people that died and that were impacted and hurt, in honor of them, that we move forward as a community, and not only here, and I said it over and over again, no other place in the world could have the impact El Paso can have on the rest of the community. We know that miles and miles away, people got impacted. So we have that responsibility to also help them heal as well. We had Ellen did the portraits 2,000 miles away, did the beautiful portraits of each one, painlessly took and sat down and did those portraits for each one of us and came on that day. We had individuals like, David Carrasco, Dr. Carrasco, who's, iconic father here at had that resource center for children, for young adults. We just did everything possible to be able to bring the community together, but it doesn't end here. And we've been talking quite a bit on Uvalde and Buffalo and Santa Fe School that we hopefully, Representative Moody and myself and our commissioners take the leadership to see if we can get these communities, at least the leadership from each community, to help each other as we go through this. And hopefully, it doesn't happen, but if there's another tragedy like that we quickly respond and help them through this difficult time. So I thank you for honoring the victims and for being able to hear us through this. Yes, Dr. Nunez?
I want to add some valuable history. After August 3rd, when the event happened, our students were presenting their research, and everything had to stop. We had to act responsibly so students wouldn't panic, but everybody wanted to go home. Everybody wanted to account for their family members. But I had a student who just left. She had to go back to work. But it was our students who came into my office and said, what will UTEP do to respond to this? We cannot go forward as if nothing happened. We can't start this academic year. So I have colleagues in this room, Dr. Leva is here, where I called on all my colleagues and I said, will you come and help me? Our community is in crisis. We had UTEP educators step in and we occupied the Bloomberg Auditorium almost a whole week in honor of what had happened August 3rd, but in honor of our own history, to recognize what is the history that creates hate, that creates action based on that hate. What are the repercussions? How is this not an isolated event? My colleagues in history came in, my colleagues in creative writing came in, colleagues in dance and theater came in counseling and social work came in education. Those are the stories we don't hear. But I want to thank all my colleagues and all the students who called us out and said, you are educators. And if we're going to fight hate, we have to start by educating. Not just the heart, but also the mind and the heart and the soul, and know that we're connected as human beings. And when someone is acting on hate and they came to hurt us because we were Mexican, we have to stand up and recognize our history, that this is not isolated and we have a lot of work to do. And that the co-ethnic solidarity that exists in El Paso has helped us move forward because we care for each other. El Paso grieved for the 23. They were our citizens, our hermanos and our hermanas. It was a collective grief like no other I've seen. And I'll always remember that. And I want to thank you for your leadership on August 3rd, for that beautiful memorial, for that space for us to be connected and to see the love and the joy of all the people who've been touched by El Paso who came to stand with us. So I want to thank all the scholars. We I think we have recordings, Yoli, of everything that was presented on that day that I would love to request and ask that we look for those records to contribute them to the Harvard efforts to document this event. But UTEP responded immediately, and I just want to acknowledge all the scholars, all the students, all the people who believe that we can educate, and in education we can heal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nunez. I really appreciate that. Dr. Leva, could you please stand? Another gem in our community. Yeah, she has done an amazing job as well, and we are in the middle of documentaries, one that's sponsored by the county, and I'll make sure that we connect with the oral history and everything that you've talked about. Thank you so much for that. So we'll continue. I know we have some representatives here from United Way. Do we have anybody here today to? Yes, thank you. Yeah, just come up, those that are going to be telling us a little bit about the activities. We're so proud and appreciative of everyone that comes together to help us. The Healing Garden is at Beacon, but it's surrounded by tremendous community partners. So go ahead, Mike.
Good morning. My name is Alberto Ruiz with the El Paso United Family Resiliency Center, which is a program of the United Way. And I want to thank you, Judge, and all the commissioners for this honor. We are planning remembrance efforts as we have done it in previous years. This year, the remembrance efforts will include a luminaria walkthrough with instrumental music, which we hope will bring our community together to help them stand together and united to honor those we lost 3 years ago, but also to celebrate the tenacity of this city and the resiliency of our community. We hope people can join us. We hope to see you there. And on behalf of the El Paso United and the United Way, we want to thank you for this honor.
Thank you. You've been an amazing partner. Thank you, Beto. Thank you. Great. Christy?
Hi, good morning. Christy Darty, CEO with the Emergence Health Network. Just wanted to thank you for acknowledging the month and allowing me to speak today. Along with the work that we've done here, Judge, as you've mentioned, we've also provided support to Buffalo and Uvalde over the past months, whether it's technical support, our staffing, whatever they've needed, we've been there, because we are now able to embark our lessons learned on those that are experiencing it today. It's a club you never want to be part of, but we happen to be part of that club now, and they do need that support. So thank you for acknowledging that, and I just wanted to let you know your local mental health authority has been providing that support. We also continue working with our partners at United Way and the Family Resiliency Center. Their support and partnership have allowed us to continue to provide services up to today. We're working closely with United Way and an entire network of providers referring patients to appropriate services, and we also have a seat on the FRC board. So we're very proud to be part of that initiative. And as part of this year's activities, EHN is hosting an event exclusively for the consumers of the FRC and EHN on Saturday, July 30th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. EHN has put together the Healing Your Way event at Escalante Park Pavilion. The event will include interactive stations for both adults and children, and some of the activities are going to be Paint With Me art session, where participants will have the opportunity to express themselves through art. A poetry and writing session where they will be able to engage in creative writing skills and share the message of hope and healing, as well as a healing flower release ceremony where participants and staff will head to the Healing Garden to release flower wreaths into Escalante Lake to commemorate our message of healing. So many difficult milestones still lie ahead of us, but we must work together to ensure those affected receive the support they need. EHN is proud to play a vital role in this healing, and we know that we're here to help whoever needs the help. And again, I want to thank the commissioners and county judge for your continued support.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you very much. The mental health, I love, they've changed a little bit of saying mental well-being, right? Mental well-being, and we're impacted by so many things, but like I said, having to deal with Uvalde as a community and what happened here, we need to reach out and to every person that's struggling with any challenge at this time. So thank you. And following that order is also someone that's done some tremendous work in that arena.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Isidro Torres, Executive Director of NAMI El Paso. It is with great gratitude that we stand alongside our community partners today. NAMI El Paso continues to stand alongside our community and offer our love and support to the families of the 23 victims lost and those impacted by the August 3rd tragedy. While healing is a long and unpredictable journey, we are grateful for the County of El Paso lifting up this month to provide a platform for us and many of our community partners to come together. NAMI is grateful for a second year in a row to spend time and share space, even if it is virtually, throughout the month with county employees, discussing the importance of mental health and various strategies and ways we can support our mental health and those of those around us. And so we're very grateful for the county's HR department and the team to invite us and allow us to connect with your employees this month and really focus on mental health. In July, we are also commemorating Minority Mental Health Month, or BIPOC Mental Health Month. It's a reminder that access and support for our BIPOC communities, underrepresented communities, our marginalized communities are very important, especially after an attack on our Mexican-American community and as we've seen from tragedies in Buffalo. NAMI El Paso echoes and advocates for continued change as our community is reminded of the fear, anger, and anxiety that befell ours every time another community like Buffalo and Uvalde and many others face such senseless but preventable tragedies. Again, NAMI El Paso stands proudly with great love and gratitude along you all, the community partners here with us today, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Isidro. NAMI has done an exceptional job. We're there Saturday, whether it's a small community of discussions and dialogue or the big picture and things that they do. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Burns-Franco, and I'm with the Paso del Norte Community Foundation, and I am their Community and Donor Outreach Manager. The Paso del Norte Community Foundation is honored to be part of today's resolution as we recognize the 3rd anniversary of the tragic events that took place on August 3rd. We are so thankful to our community partners and their continued efforts to provide the community with the resources, love, and support that is needed during this time that we heal. The foundation continues to proudly support our community through philanthropy in the spirit of giving. And we are so grateful to the countless individuals and donors that have given their time and resources to support our region, especially during times when it is needed most. We are eternally grateful to the donors who came together near and far to provide millions of dollars in support to the families of the 23 lives we lost. The foundation was truly humbled and is still humbled to steward these beautiful monetary gifts. Today, we remind our community that we are not only El Paso strong, but we are El Paso kind. And as we remember the 23 lives lost, we encourage everyone to continue to uplift one another through acts of kindness. So this year again, we are doing our grassroots social media campaign. Last year, we had different members of our community and organizations take to social media to not only show random acts of kindness that they did for others, but also to share random acts of kindness that were bestowed upon them. So we are using the hashtag El Paso Kind. We encourage everyone leading up to August 3rd to please share the kindness that you see in our community to remind everybody of the love and strength we have. So again, I want to thank all of you for your continued efforts. We are truly proud to be a part of this community.
Kelly, thank you very much. You know, individuals like Eric Pearson that I think the first phone call, like 30 minutes into the situation, I called him. And since then, it's been, you know, just relentless on helping us and trying to, they brought water that day. I mean, it's just been an amazing relationship with leaders like Mr. Pearson and the foundation as well.
Absolutely. We are so grateful to the El Paso Community Foundation for partnering with us and the countless other agencies who came to the call and really helped us make sure that those families were taken care of during that time. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
morning.
Janet Sanchez, HR Generalist Intermediate with the Human Resources Department. The County Human Resources Department is proud to support this resolution. Since July 3rd, the HR Department has partnered with National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, and the Emergency Health Network, EHN, to bring a series of training for county employees on mental health, self-care, and building a safe workplace. We have one virtual class this afternoon for those employees that would like to join us at noon, and they can register through NeoGov or contact our office. And we have one more class on August the 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. We're so proud of everything that we do. HR, County HR really stands behind us, and there's never a doubt that they're going to be supporting us. So thank you very much for that support.
Good morning. My name is Yulisa Rubio. I am with Human Resources Specialist, and I am also working with Janet from the Human Resources Department.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, Valeria Fernandez, HR Department, and again, just to iterate what Janet said, we thank you for your support, and we're proud to be among these wonderful organizations that have truly helped the community, and we want to just help our county employees as well, too.
Thank you very much. And we thank all the county employees for all their support. So we thank you, and like I said, you know, stay tuned to just go into our county site, our website, and find out what's happening. You know, we don't, a third year is very difficult because it's not the fifth, it's not the beginning. but we never want it to be a lull. We never want it to be less as we recognize every individual. These partners have been amazing to remind us about what happened, but also more importantly to move us forward. And as I said, I think this community could be the community that could make a difference in our world today of hatred and division and all these other things that are taking place. I hope that this is sort of the unity that we need to be recognized, not here, but throughout the United States. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the El Paso chapter of the National Pan American Golf Association annual conference that will be held from July 25th to July 29, 2022 in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, it's also my honor, and during the pandemic, we talked a lot about that no one could take the outdoors away from us. And so it's one of the initiatives of the county is to make sure that we have recreation, that Escarte has been such an amazing place for all kinds of activities, all our parks, and we know that if we were hit, and we've been hearing about a potential incline on the virus, maybe November would be difficult for us if we don't go in the right direction. So the outdoors and having, sponsoring activities throughout the year are very important. This one is very special. A lot because of my relationship with Mr. Solis, and he is, I call him Mr. Jefferson. Anything having to do with Jefferson and the Mardi Gras, and he's always involved. And this is something very important. He's very involved in golf, and he'll be able to introduce some of the other incredible individuals. But so I'll read this into the record. Whereas the sport of golf spans across age and gender and allows the entire family to enjoy learning and growing as a unit through a sport promoting patience, control, communication, and discipline. Whereas the National Pan American Golf Association, PAGA, is one of the largest amateur golf associations in the United States, spanning 12 states with over 38 chapters and 4,500 members, and has been in existence for over 75 years, promoting golf for men, women, and junior golfers throughout the community involvement and fundraising activities. Whereas the El Paso chapter of PAGA, made up of 92 members, is a nonprofit organization focused exclusively on charitable and educational purposes, as well as a promotion of amateur golf and education through scholarships. And whereas the El Paso chapter of National Pan American Golf Association will host the annual conference and tournament from July 25th through July 29, 2022, when over 700 golfers and their families are expected to converge on the city. And whereas the proceeds gained from the event will be used for the El Paso PAGA chapter scholarship program and charitable donations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby declare the week of July 25th through July 29th, 2022 as El Paso Pan American Golf Association Week. Signed this 25th day of July, 2022.
Second.
You second?
Commissioner Leon did.
Okay.
Commissioner Holguín?
Okay.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Solis, you want to come up and? Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for this great honor you've given the Pan American Golf Association. Like you said, we've been in existence for over 75 years. This will be our 64th annual conference, golfing conference that is hosted by El Paso. We kind of host it every 6 to 8 years, depends on the rotation of cities through Texas and Kansas City and around. And it's just a great honor for what you guys done, what Escardia has done for us, the parks, the golf, everything. And just thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce some other, this is Ralph Yanez. He's the National Vice President of Pan American, Mr. Archie Garcia.
Thank you. Come up.
Tank Cumberland, our treasurer.
Come on, Tank, come up.
Leticia Galaviz, without her, and Marta Sena, this
Thank you.
accomplishment could not
And we've got
taken part.
Bo here as well.
Bo, one of our sponsors from the Sports Commission, great help, like always. Guess like I say, I can call you Dickie. Dickie, thank you. You guys for everything.
Thank you so much. And they'll be speaking, but I can tell you the number of people coming to our community. We've always said to know us is to love us, but they have to know us, right? So we got to get people who have never been to El Paso to come in, and you'll hear about all the individuals coming in and spending the week here at our hotels and learning about the great El Paso. I was going to great city of El Paso, but it's a great county of El Paso as well. So go ahead.
Your Honor, Commissioners, my name is Rafael Nanez Jr., the National Vice President of the Pan American Golf Association. I want to thank Pete and El Paso chapter. To host an event like this takes a tremendous amount of work, takes a tremendous amount of teamwork to put the events, hotels, golf courses. It's a huge responsibility. As mentioned, we celebrate our 75th anniversary. To be here before you, our founding fathers would be so proud, because at the time, they banded together just to be able to have the opportunity to be treated fairly like everybody else, to be able to play golf, not at 7 o'clock in the evening after they got done caddying, but to be able to play golf just like everyone else wished to play golf. And throughout the years, you know, we've been able to incorporate other chapters and members across, as mentioned, I think it's, I don't know how many, 38 chapters in 9, 10, 12 different states. But I know, like I said, our founding fathers would be very proud, because this is what they envisioned, to be able to be recognized as something in the community that gives back to the community. And that's something that we have done over the years. Collectively, the organization gives thousands of dollars back to communities of which they belong to in education, not only in that education, but we also get involved with kids providing school supplies. We provide toys for the kids during the holidays. Meals for families are in need during Thanksgiving. So the Pan American is much more than golf. It started off that way, but we are so much more involved with our own communities. And I'm very proud myself, our board members, our members across Paga land. We thank you so much for this recognition given to El Paso. And we're very proud to be here in your community, spend some money here, make you guys happy. But we're very elated to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here before you. And on behalf, like I said, of the National Board and our members, thank you so much.
Thank you, and welcome. Tank, you want to?
I just wanted to say, I've been involved with PAGA since early 90s. And when I first came in, you know, most everybody in PAGA is Hispanic. And they welcomed me with arms. And I think it's a great organization for Hispanics and for anyone to join. And we appreciate the honor, and we want to do our best to show everybody a good time that comes from all over the state of Texas. We got some from out of state. We got New Mexico. We got some from California, and so we want to show them that El Paso is a great city to live, to visit, and our southwestern hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, Tank. And you're a great man. Thank you.
Your Honor, Commissioners, want to thank on behalf of the National Pan American and Pete for putting up this great show. It's not easy, like Ralph said. I don't have much to say, but we want to thank you for giving us this week, especially to us. We do a lot for the community. The community does a lot for us. Thank you very much.
And we'll do everything possible for you to come back.
Bo,
Bo, thank you. Bo is obviously with Sports Commission and quite a big part of the support. He'll let you know a little
Absolutely.
bit about.
We'll write the check to bring you back. How about that? Bo Bagley with the El Paso Sports Commission, as you know, Judge and Commissioners. This is what we do. I think we're trying to figure out how long the Sports Commission has been associated with Pete and the El Paso Pan Am Golf. I think almost 20 years. Yeah. Something. So once again, we're excited to be the title sponsor for this exciting event here in El Paso to showcase our city. And again, this is what we do, and we're excited once again to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have one speaker signed up for public comment. We have Ms. Elizabeth Crawford. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time frame for public comment.
Ms. Crawford?
I'm not sure if I'm muted.
No,
Am I-
you are
can hear
on.
me?
You're on, Ms. Crawford. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I thank you. I want to say thank you again for the opportunity to speak once more. I'm home in New Jersey for the summer, and just calling in again in regard to the abortion issue. And I appreciate the opportunity one more time. I want to just share something, a brief story that's true, and I want to tell you about a little girl named Gabriella. And it may sound like strong language, but Gabriella was pretty much considered black trash. A beautiful little Gabriella, and I have pictures of her, and I know her personally. I met Gabriella's mom at the abortion center. She was in the midst of horrific circumstances and felt desperate and went to abort. By God's grace, her mom turned around, and I was actually invited to be in the hospital with her mom when she gave birth to Gabriella. And it was really striking to me. The other day, I was at the same abortion center, and one of the hardest parts of the whole day is at the end of the day when the Stericycle truck pulls up, and on the Stericycle truck there's two categories. There's medical waste and there's infectious chemotherapeutic waste. Those are the two categories. They go into the abortion center, they collect the body parts of the babies that were aborted that day, and they cart them away. It was just it's so striking to me to see that, and then to look at the faces of kids who have been saved from abortion. And I would plead with you with a question: what category is little Gabriella? She's a beautiful little girl. What category is she? Is she medical waste? Is she infectious chemotherapeutic waste? What is she? And we look and we watch this go on day after day after week at these abortion centers. People will say, well, in Texas they never did the late-term abortions. It doesn't matter. It's still a life. Texas would refer, obviously, up to New Mexico. They abort up to 9 months in Mexico. It's horrific what goes on there. This little girl falls into all the categories of the people that should be protected. She is. We keep hearing Black Lives Matter, and they do matter. She's a black life. We keep hearing female lives matter. Females should be protected from abuse. She's a female. We keep hearing that immigrants, whether they be legal or illegal or undocumented, that they should be treated with respect, and they should. She's from a family of immigrants. She fits into every one of these categories. Yet, legally, in many places, she could be discarded as medical trash. It's a disgrace. I think the other piece on that truck is in large letters. It says, "We protect what matters." And the insult of that, and here they are carting away the body parts of babies that get aborted. And by God's grace, Gabriella and others have been saved from the abortion cartel. And she's a beautiful little girl. Her mom texts me periodically, and almost every time she texts me, she says, "I can't believe I was going to abort this kid. This kid lights up our home." I plead with you. These are human beings. They're created in the image of God. And Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me, forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." And he also warned that inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, you have done it unto me. And I just plead with you, it's not just a clump of cells. It's a creation of Almighty God. These are beautiful children that are being discarded. Very often they're minority children. They're all the protected statuses that we talk about in society now. They're among the black children, the Hispanic children, the immigrant children, often undocumented, all these categories. The females, they're the most vulnerable. And they're even more vulnerable than the others in our society in those categories because they're confined to the womb and there's no escape. I plead with you to do the right thing and to stand against abortion in the county of El Paso. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Crawford. Appreciate your time and comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, presentation, 7A. Receive a presentation regarding the need for a one-stop Veterans Resource Center to service veterans in El Paso County.
Welcome, Carl.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Happy Veterans Day to you all. It's great to see you all on this Monday. Before I get started, I like to always try to share some type of military history with you all, significant military history. And I like to read this citation from the Congressional Medal of Honor for actions that were taken on this day, 25 July 1953. And it was awarded to Staff Sergeant Ambrosio Gilliam. It was for conspicuous gallantry and bravery at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty while serving as a platoon sergeant of Company F in action against enemy aggressor forces. While participating in the defense of an outpost forward of the main line of the resistance, Staff Sergeant Gilliam maneuvered his platoon over unfamiliar terrain in the face of hostile fire and placed his men in fighting positions. Although critically wounded during the course of the battle, Staff Sergeant Gilliam refused medical aid and continued to direct his men throughout the remainder of the engagement until the enemy was defeated and thrown into retreat. Succumbing to his wounds within a few hours, Staff Sergeant Gilliam, by his outstanding courage and incorrigible fighting spirit, was directly responsible for the success of his platoon in repelling a numerically superior enemy force. His personal valor reflects the highest credit upon himself and enhances the finest tradition of the United States Naval Service. His gallantry gave his life, and he gallantry gave his life for his country. And as many of you know, our El Paso Veterans Home, State Veterans Home here on Kenworthy, is named after Marine Corps Sergeant, Staff Sergeant Gilliam. So that for his actions on this day in 1953. So again, Judge, my name for the record is Carl Dwyer. I'm your El Paso County Veteran Service Officer. Again, happy Veterans Day to you all. What I bring before you today is a briefing and update on where we are as, or where staff, and a recommendation as to proposals of creating or collaborating with community partners to create a county veterans resource center. So many of these slides you've seen, but this is an update to pretty much bring you up to speed on where we are moving forward, and also to solicit feedback, guidance, answer any questions from the court as we get ready to move forward, as you approach budget season, as you get ready to solidify the county strategic plan. So the purpose of this brief is a decision brief to give the court the staff recommendation for a Veteran Resource Center collaboration to best support the needs of El Paso County veterans. Apologize for that typo. Next slide, please. This resource center, you've been briefed on it. This is the second time that we brought it forward, or as we move this process along, and this ties into our current strategic goal, goal 5.1.1, which is to establish a Veteran Resource Center. Why is that needed? That's needed in order to address the many needs and gaps that were identified in the needs assessment from 2020, and we hope that, this proposal, our explanation will, further provide clarity as to the court on how we need to move forward. We think that a Veteran Resource Center is much needed in our area because, as it says on the slide, again, veterans need a place where they can not only congregate, but get together for benefit fairs, job fairs, career connections, networking, transition assistance, and also seek the needed services and assistance that they may need. Also a great place to have veteran town halls in order to educate and further connect our veterans and their beneficiaries with the much needed resources within our community. Next slide. This slide just further iterates what I'm saying. We need an access point, one centralized focal point to where veterans can know where to go for the answer. We have many, many, many resources located across the county, but they're decentralized, spread across the county, and we think that the creation or collaboration with our community partners to put all these things or as many services under one roof would be very, very beneficial for our veterans and their beneficiaries. Next slide. You've seen this slide a couple of times. Again, it reiterates the 7 top needs from the needs assessment of 2020, from claims assistance to employment assistance, mental health services, legal assistance, locating and connecting with veteran-centered support groups, peer support, and also seeking financial assistance. Those were the 7 top needs from the needs assessment. Next slides. The barriers that many veterans, the respondents submitted on the survey were having trouble finding employment, claims assistance, once again, mental health services, mental health treatment, and legal services. Next slide. This slide also reiterates some of what I've been saying, the availability of services, centralization, getting veterans to and connected to the resources is what's needed. In our day-to-day dealings with veterans, that's what we usually come across and we find is not the non-existence of these resources, it's just knowing where to go to, who to go to, how to get connected, how to get educated on these services, and the better job we could do of that for our veterans, the better we will be as a community. Next slide, please. I'd like to use this slide also because you constantly hear about communities that talk about being veteran ready, but here in El Paso County, we're looking to be the major veteran ready, not just veteran ready, above veteran friendly, veteran ready. And veteran ready means we invest in all of the aspects, and we hear our beneficiaries and we take their needs and their actions and recommendations and move forward to be able to better serve them. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so basically we've got a couple courses of action if the county or the way your staff, the staff, and when I talk about staff, I'm talking about the Veterans Department, my staff and those that work with me, those boots on the ground that come into contact day to day, day in and day out with the veterans and veterans' needs as they walk through the doors of the county assistance office looking for assistance. So we've got 3 options. We've been presented back in May and presented to you all just prior to strategic planning on, once again, the need. We brought forth the proposal that we had at that time, which was from Endeavors, the Stephen A. Cohen Clinic at Endeavors, and the proposal that they were considering at that time. And since that last briefing, we have also received a proposal or presentation from EHN, Emergency Health Network, our mental health authority here in El Paso. And the last option, of course, is for the county not to collaborate and for the county just to, if it wanted to on its own, develop a resource center on its own, which we think would be more time-consuming, costly, but I'll cover all those 3 options and how we see it from your staff, your boots on the ground as we need to move forward. Okay, next slide. So these are the criteria that we look at or we find important to define how we answer or solve the problem. How do we get there? Or how do we evaluate each course of action against the other or its competitor? So we looked at cost. We think cost, the services offered, the needs addressed, the location where this would be, and the time that it would take to open a facility such as this. These aren't ranked in our order of preference, but what we like to do is just define each one of these and how we used each one of these criteria to compare each alternative. And cost being defined as the most economical alternative that produces the most efficient and effective resource center for our taxpayers, because at the end of the day, we all understand that this is taxpayer dollars that we're talking about. We want to make sure that taxpayers' dollars are well spent and well invested and not wasted, and there's actually some return on investment that better serves our community. The number of services offered and the needs addressed, and this again goes back to the needs assessment. We'd like for the solution to answer or address as many of the gaps, those 7 gaps that I spoke of earlier, address as many of those gaps as possible. So we weighed each one of these criteria or solutions, recommendations against that, and how we think each one of them answers or addresses those 7 critical needs identified from the needs assessment. We also looked at location. We want this to be a location or a place that veterans can not only get to, but where a place where it will serve and do the greatest good for the most of our veteran population. We don't want anyone to be left behind. So again, the location is very, very important when it comes to, we think location is very important when it comes to this decision. And then lastly, again, the time to open. You know, based on the construction, the timeline, leases, agreements, you know, which alternative would best yield the earliest date to open so we could start providing these services to our veterans. Next slide. So when ranked, this is how myself and my staff see these criteria, these 4 criteria, which I have now defined. So what's the most important thing that we see? And number 1 being the services offered and the needs addressed. We want, again, as much bang for the buck. We want the needs assessment to be addressed. We want this entity or this facility to answer the gaps that the veterans have identified. We want to make sure that the veterans know that we've heard them and we see what they've identified as deficiencies in our community, and we want to address that. Number 2 would be location. Again, talking about how to, where this facility should be located and serving the greatest good based on our population and where they're located. Number 3 would be cost. And number 4, time to open. We struggle with this, and you know, you ask 50 people about this criteria, and you probably get 50 different rankings. You know, most would say cost. As you heard me say earlier about taxpayer dollars, we're very aware of that, but also at the same time, we want to make sure that we get the biggest bang for our buck, because as I read, and that's another reason I read for that citation, because there is no cost that we could pay that's great enough or large enough for what our veterans have done for this community. So again, this is how we've ranked them. We'd like to leave these with you as we come back to the court for the final decision and for your discussion, recommendations, and questions as we move forward. But this is how we have ranked the 4 criteria based on how we see the alternatives. Next slide. Okay, so when looking at the 2 proposals that are before us, EHN and Endeavors, myself and my staff, based on day in and day out interactions, what we see, again, is boots on ground. We took a look at the 7 gaps, or the 7 biggest needs from the needs assessment, and we pretty much, I won't say scored, but we evaluated each organization and I won't say ranked either. It's who do we see on a day in and day out that is really providing, who has the advantage on addressing that gap and that need. And these are the 7. So when it comes to claims assistance, we give the nod to EHN. And the only reason we give the nod to EHN is because from our understanding, the EHN also has an agreement with the Texas Veterans Commission for Texas Veterans Commission accredited claims benefit advisors to be housed. There are currently already at least one benefit advisor housed in the current Veterans One Stop on Diana, and from our understanding, that number will grow from 1 to potentially 3. So we give that nod to EHN. The only problem I have with that is really when we look down at this and we're talking about the county collaborating with either one of these entities, what we're really talking about is moving the county Veterans Assistance Office under one roof with these organizations. So if we were to partner with EHN, this is just Carl's take on this, and Carl takes along, what we would really be doing is duplicating services, because now we would grow from one TVC claims benefit advisor in that facility to a potential 5, which is, in my mind, just a duplication of efforts. So, so the nod goes to HN when it comes to claims assistance, which was the #1 benefit or need that was addressed by the gap. Employment assistance, again, based on our day-to-day dealings with these entities and what they do for veterans in the community. This is how the staff sees it. We give the nod to endeavors. Mental health services, based on our day-to-day interactions with veterans that walk through our door and where we refer clients to for case management and services within the community. Once again, we give the nod to endeavors. Legal assistance is in red, because that is one of the, from our understanding of what both of these entities are going to bring to the table, that is still going to be the biggest gap that we're going to have within our community. We experience veterans day in and day out that need not only legal assistance when it comes to property, personal, professional, legal assistance is a great need. Both entities have proclaimed that they will provide some form or fashion of legal assistance, but yet to date that legal assistance really hasn't been defined to the level that we as a staff think it needs to be addressed in order to serve our community. So even after all this is said and done, we think we will still have a deficiency or a delta when it comes to providing legal assistance to our veterans. And you see the last 3, located veteran-centric groups, peer support, and financial assistance. Sorry about that. Financial assistance, we give the social aspect to EHN. The current Veteran One Stop on Diana does a great job with community events and outreach and services to our veterans, so we continue to think that they will continue to do that. But when it comes to financial assistance and, again, how we refer and work together across the community to handle those needs when it comes to rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, and financial hardships, again, my staff in the financial assistance department really leans to endeavors to help solve those problems across the community. Next slide. This is, I forgot to mention, I'm sorry, in your backup you have the proposals or presentations received from both organizations, both EHN and from Endeavors. Those have been provided to you as backup, and some of this information is just drawn from those presentations and proposals from each organization. This is the EHN proposal. This facility would be located on Hawkins and Boeing. It would be a renovated, remodeled, or I guess updated facility based on the square footage that is currently there. So taking the current office space that is located there, renting it, leasing it out to tenants. From our understanding, this is still under construction, and it would be ready to take, EHN is ready to take ownership of this facility sometime in the summer of 2022, with the tentative target date to be able to move in being April or May timeframe of 2023. The understood cost agreement would be $20 per square foot. Based on my calculations, again, $20, the minimum square footage that we're looking for the Veterans Assistance Office is 1,030 square feet to either match or surpass the amount of space that we currently have in the county facility located in the Northeast Annex on Coin, which we have outgrowing grown, we feel that we need at least another 1,030 square feet. So again, at $20 per square foot, we're looking at $20,000 per month, based on my calculations. From my understanding, this, I think I'm correct, Commissioner Leon, that this facility, if located, I think it falls in precinct 1, which would be your precinct. All right. Next slide, please. This is the rendition or the location for the Endeavors proposal. This would be at the corner of Joe Battle and Pebble Hills. Endeavors has already obtained this land. There will be groundbreaking that you all should have received the invite for. That will be on the 19th of October of this year, when an expected hopeful target date for move-in of operations is late 2023. So subject to construction, supply chain, and things of that nature, that is when Endeavors would be ready to move in. So again, when it comes to timeline, we foresee that the the EHN option would be the option that would yield the greatest or the earliest time to open if chosen. And Commissioner Hogan, I think based on where the location we've been given, Joe Battle and Pebble Hills is where this land is located, and I think that falls in precinct 3. With my eyes this morning looking at the map, it was kind of hard to tell, but I think that's precinct 3 or either on the border of precinct 1. It's kind of close. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, again, looking at cost, I've already talked the cost for EHN. The cost for Endeavors that we've been quoted right now is $45 per square foot. That's annually, which would yield a monthly lease cost of $3,862 per month with a 5% annual escalation, and this lease term would be 5 years, 12 months at 5 years, 60 months. That would yield $3,862 per month for an annual cost of $46,344 at $45 per square foot. Next slide. Okay, so taking a look at all three, when I say three, I do count the doing nothing in the county going at this alone and doing its own model as one of the courses of actions that we could take. But the Endeavors model and the EHN model. So when we look at services offered or the needs addressed, myself and my staff, we rank these 1, 2, 3. Again, if we had to go at it alone as a county, we'd have to hope that we would build it and that they would come, those partners that we would need under the roof of this facility to provide the services. I understand that the county has already done that once before, or maybe a couple times before when it comes to community services, which may not be the best route. But no matter how we go, I will say this, whether the county decides to do nothing, our veteran community is going to get, as a result of both of these partners building their resources center, a great asset here in our community. So there is no, I don't like to say there's a lose here. This is a win-win when it comes to our veteran community. There is no way to lose, because just the fact that we're having this discussion, both of these entities, whether the county decides to get on board or not, are going to move forward and open their resource centers or wellness center with or without the county. So the question is, if we don't do this, then what do we do? And do we come up with our own model and hope that we build it and then we'll come? Looking at location, this is how we rank them, 1, 2, 3. 1 are for Endeavors, because again, based on the growth of our veteran population, our post 9/11 generation, and census numbers, that is where the majority of our veterans reside. In the Northeast and Central, we usually have most of our Korean, Vietnam era veterans, and a small number of World War II veterans still in that area. But the growth of our veterans, just like the growth of our city and the county, is to the east, and that's where many of the future veterans that we would have to serve as they return are going to be residing. When we look at costs, this is, again, kind of tricky, something I need to go back to the board, because look at costs, the way that cost is defined. Again, Endeavors has given us a $46,000 quote or letter of intent as the cost. And EHN has given us the proposal of $20 per square foot. But again, when you multiply that out by 1,030 feet, that does come across as a larger investment than the endeavors. So that's a big difference. Also, after this, I would expect that there will be questions, and we'd expect that both. One of the questions I have is for a further definition and defining and layout of the cost estimate from both of these organizations, because right now there's still some unclarity there as to what the lease cost would be in totality for the EHN space. And lastly, time to open. Based on the recommendations and what we've received in the proposal, again, Endeavors is moving forward with groundbreaking turning shovels in October with construction, and EHN, from what we understand, is in discussion with taking ownership of their said property. Again, none of this is set in stone. Things change every day, but this is what we know now and know today. And we ranked the county, it came in third on all of our options, just pretty much just for many of the things I've said. Okay, the county, we as a whole could make the decision just to, okay, let's go back to the drawing board and do this ourselves. But there are many factors and things that we'd have to do that personally I don't think we'd be able to do. And I think at the end of the day, it would come at a much greater cost than just collaborating with one of these entities. And if we were to go at it alone, that would be now a third Veteran Resource Center. So we go from the one facility on Dinah to potentially 4, which I do think that is now we've kind of overdone it if we go that way. Next slide. So if you were to ask me today, if I were to ask you to vote today, which we're not asking you to vote today. What we're trying to do is give you background information to let you know where staff is, where we're thinking as you move into finalized strategic planning and as you move into budget discussions here in the upcoming weeks. But if this was that day, we'd be asking the court for approval to move forward with collaboration with Endeavors and its Veteran Resource Center and Wellness Center, and partnering with that community partner to move forward and do great things for our veterans.
Thank you. Just some comments. Carl, and of course, as always, they've been helping my office in their initiative of making El Paso the Veterans Capital of the U.S., and this is one other puzzle. What we're trying to accomplish, and as you know, and I'll keep telling it, is that nobody's going to give us that title. We're going to have to determine that we deserve it, and then we have to defend it from going from a friendly veterans community to a veterans-ready community. And this is one of those pieces that we've looked at, whether you look at the survey, the feedback that we've gotten is that we need this kind of service, and of course that the county supports that. Just a couple of things I'd like Betsy to help out. Betsy, just your comments on, the county not being able to take that on itself, which, I mean, I'm not disrespecting the data or the recommendation, but your comments on that. And then secondly, does this require some purchasing process or something that we do it through a bid or anything like that? So if you could, first of all, the county's role, and what, are you supportive that it's not, that we wouldn't be able to be competitive on that? Because obviously we've done so much. We have individuals like Carl and his staff and everything that they do. If it were a county effort, maybe we would have more control on the vision and the things that we want to do, and the opportunity to fund it and so forth. So could you give us your comments on those two items, Betsy?
Yes, sir. I'm going to answer the purchasing one first because it's the most succinct. So on purchasing with EHN, you could do an interlocal I believe, I would need to confirm that, but I believe you could do an interlocal.
Okay.
With another, if we were to go with endeavors, we would need to work through purchasing to identify the space, similar to what Carl has gone through today, but you'd have to identify the value of that space and why it would be our selection.
Okay.
If I could just jump in really quick before you move to the next one. So this, what I'm understanding from the presentation is that it looks to be the total project scope about under 50K, and so there are, it doesn't necessarily have to go through the purchasing process. And when I say go through the purchasing process, what I'm talking about is a formal bid, right? And however, with that said, anytime there is a purchase or reviewing, anything that would take a lease agreement, what we have advised our clients is to consult with the purchasing department, because there may be the case that there might be others that could provide those services that we're not looking at. So there's just a larger range of scope of services that they could review, and then of course help guide a particular department or elected official as they move forward with their particular project. And it also keeps the process, if you will, I think more streamlined, again, giving the resources that purchasing has. So we would definitely advise to go through that process, and it might be the case that, whatever has been done here can be turned over and vetted with a purchasing department. I'm not sure if that has occurred for this particular project, but it doesn't preclude that next step from taking place. So that might be something to be done. But Ms. Keller is completely correct. With EHN, that would be an interlocal agreement, and interlocal agreements do not have to go through the purchasing process. But again, we would consult our clients to do so in order to do a full assessment of the value of the services that are being asked of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Judge, the only thing I'd add, and Betsy, sorry for interrupting, before we move on to the next part of the answer, with the Endeavors offer, we did have that a couple months back, like I said, back in May. So that was brought to purchasing and discussed during a part of it as the county went through the CIP process, and whether we needed to go that way. Now, based on the quote and the plan that we had received, and really when it came down to purchase it came down to furniture, equipment, and things of that nature that we would need from the organization. Endeavors in this quote and its proposal, the 46K does include the cost of any equipment, desk, furniture, chairs, and everything. So that was not submitted as part of my department's, or was not submitted at all as a CIP project. Purchasing informed me that didn't need to do that since it was just a lease. So the only thing that's been at least put down as a placeholder right now is the estimated lease cost if we were to go with the higher bidder. That has not been done with the EHN proposal. I'll be first to tell you, because again, all we have from that is, or from that entity and organization right now, is the proposal, the cost per square footage. We don't have everything that comes with that right now. So from my understanding right now, that's just the space.
Thank you.
Okay,
Betsy?
and then, Judge, on the county model, what Carl's referencing is a couple things. The concept of the Veterans One-Stop Center is to have all these partners in one facility. The county has done this the most recently, one of the most recent times I can think of that we did this, where we built a building. We intended all these partners to come and live in the building with us. They all said they would, and then when it came time, they didn't do it, and that was the Family Youth Services Center. You may recall we were supposed to have a lot of different agencies reside in that. We built it specifically to house different agencies to all work together and provide wraparound care. And then when it came down to actually negotiating the lease cost, and nobody, I think the only one that came to the table was EHN to live in that building. So we ended up using the space. We needed the space. We were able to use it. We have JPD in there. I think at one point we still have county attorney staff in there. So we used it, but not for what it was originally intended. So that's one of the things that when Carl and I discussed this, I said, if we do this, we need to have firm commitments before, and then of course the time to construct, the time to fund, if the county were to do its own, it's a more involved process than leasing from somebody who's already expected to open. I do believe EHN's time is actually the same or before Endeavors. The sheet that you showed, Carl, showed summer 2023, that they would be ready to move in. So I do think in that area, but that wouldn't change the score enough to, from your analysis, to put EHN, they'd be within a point of one another. But Endeavors would still be the higher scoring. The other thing I did want to mention, Judge, is, again, this is a concept of a veterans one-stop shop. So a place where veterans can go and services are very convenient, and they're not running all over town to get them. And as Carl mentioned, both of these will be beneficial. Whether we go in with the EHN or not, they will offer veterans claims services, either through the Texas Veterans Commission or through us. It's my understanding that they did not expect to duplicate and continue with TVC if we moved in there. When we met with them initially, Carl, they said, yeah, we would not need to duplicate services. So it would either be the county or TVC is what I understood. But I don't know if you have additional information that they provided after we met with them.
No, from my understanding and talking with the current director of the Veteran One Stop and also the current Texas Veterans Commission Claims Director, Mr. Salvador Castillo, is that the plan is for TVC is currently looking at closing down one of its less traffic claims offices within the state of Texas and relocating those two claims benefit advisors to El Paso in partnership with EHN to be housed in their future updated Veterans One Stop. So again, with that being said, that's a potential of 3 claims benefit advisors. If the county was to, again, go into agreement and move in or partner, collaborate, then additional 2, because, you know, for lack of better terms, myself and Mr. Efren Montelago, we are accredited claims benefit advisors through Texas Veterans Commission. So that would give us a number of 5 claims benefit advisors. And I don't think in any one location across our county we need 5 claims benefit advisors sitting in one location waiting on veterans to walk through the door. My concern there is we'd have people sitting there with twiddling their thumbs. I would much rather, if that was the case, again, that's why we gave the nod to EHN for the claims, because they've got that figured out with or without us. I'd much rather just stay in the Northeast and continue to serve the pre-9/11 veterans that are still located in that community. That's how myself and my staff look at that. I hope that makes sense, what I just said.
And I don't know if I caught this right, but, you know, we have such a large county, and like having it at a particular place, and then the difficulty of someone from one part of the county, say San Elizario, Vinton, coming through, was there, I don't know if I caught that, but or missed that, on that each one, like we could have EHN and Endeavors in different locations, or did we discuss the, I know location was very important, but you know, we always.
Yeah, the current location, when we look at the locations now, Judge, or the way we, again, me and my staff see the locations, the EHN proposed location would be now on the corner of Hawkins and Boeing, which is the industrial area near the airport, FedEx, and all of that stuff in that area. Endeavors is looking to go into Joe Battle and Pebble Hills, in the Far East. And based on, and they're using their model based on, again, the growth of the veteran population to include our younger veterans. Another reason we gave the nod kind of to Endeavors, again, we're thinking traffic flow also. With the recent construction of the William Beaumont Army Medical Center on Loop 375 and the forthcoming construction of the new VA Medical Center, we see that area and that thoroughfare as being highly trafficked by our veterans. So again, when we look at where do we think our veterans are going to be, what is their normal daily commute pattern going to take them, they'd be much closer to the William Beaumont, the VA Center, which we consider the hub, and moving on over to Endeavors. What I have not stated, and again, with the county, because we're talking about opening under one roof, what I would propose and ask the county to do, our current location in the Northeast would not like to, I'm not saying to totally do away with that. As you know, we currently operate out of 2 locations anyway right now, out of the Northeast Annex and also out of the county annex on George Dieter. But that George Dieter office right now, we see more traffic over at the Northeast, is which where we're currently housed. So if we were to partner with either one of these organizations, we would cease operations at the George Dieter location, and the second location would be either of these 2 Veteran Resource Centers.
Okay. Are there any questions? Commissioner Holguin?
So I just wanted to clarify, Carl, so you're going to get us more information on the financial piece of it? Because I was trying to do some of the...
After standing in front of you today and, pulling teeth and moving forward with it, sometimes until I bring this football in front of you all, the ball doesn't move. So after our proposals, hear this and see where we're going, that we're trying to move forward, I expect a lot more information and answers to start coming forward. Because right now, dealing with it's just like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
I will tell you.
Because, so from what I understood, it's about $20,000 a month under the EHN proposal.
That's the way I understand it
but
also.
It was only, no.
It's not $20,000 a month.
No, okay, because the numbers.
If you read the slide, and per square foot, that's the way it, I've asked for clarification and I haven't received it. The way I understand it today, I'm presenting it to you, so hopefully that clarity will come forward.
So what do you understand, Betsy?
That's an annual lease rate.
Annual, okay.
If that is the case, then yes, that is like half the cost of the Endeavor's proposal. But again, that's not the way that the PowerPoint proposal reads.
Okay, but we're getting clarification on those.
Hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions at this time?
Judge.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Commissioner Stout, please.
Thanks. Appreciate the presentation, Carl. I wanted to try to understand a little bit better the methodology behind the rankings that you have brought forth. I feel like from what I heard in the presentation, a lot of it is based on anecdotal information or anecdotal information, and I'm having a hard time understanding how the local mental health authority, for example, is ranked second to Endeavors when it comes to mental health services. Being on the board for Emergency Health Network, I think we need to be very careful about making those types of statements, or especially based on just anecdotal evidence.
Commissioner, not to cut you off, but again, trying to make it clear that this is the recommendation on your county staff. Myself and my staff had sat down for hours having a discussion on how we present this and how we articulate this. I wouldn't call it anecdotal. Again, I would call it boots on ground and what we see every day dealing with veterans in our community. And that's how we came up with our ranking.
So was there any type of scientific survey or
no, sir?
Any methodology that you can provide data to us to back up the ratings that you're providing in the different areas? That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, for the ratings, sir, no, sir. The only scientific thing that we've done is, again, like I said up front, from the county needs assessment. If you all remember from 2.5 years ago, the county did invest in the county needs assessment. But there has not been any survey. I guess we could do that survey of the veteran community of how they would rank the 2 agencies. We would be open to that, but no survey analysis or scientific methodology. Again, this is the viewpoint of the folks that do this work day in and day out for the county.
Okay, and did you also sit down with EHN and have them, for example, give you a list of the services that they provide to veterans?
Yes. Yes,
Commissioner. Compare it to the services that Endeavors provides to veterans. I just feel like it's going to be difficult for me to make a decision just without a little bit more information, a little bit more data on how things were graded. And it's going to be difficult for me to want to go with an option that is more than 2 times more expensive. With endeavors, I think that I hear the argument about the location, but I feel like the new location for EHN's facility is going to be better situated than it is right now in the Northeast. And I know it may be a little further away than to Beaumont and the VA facility than the Endeavor's proposal. But again, cost, in my opinion, cost is a huge factor because we don't have unlimited resources, and we have a local mental health authority that, in my opinion, provides very, very high quality services to not just veterans but the community in full when it comes to mental health, right? And they have been strong partners of ours, including with the contract in the jail and other areas that we've worked on together. And they are also a quasi-governmental organization, and we also appoint members to their board. I feel like it's better for us to have a relationship with that type of organization than with a nonprofit over which we have no oversight.
Commissioner Stout, I agree with everything you've said. Again, cost, we took that into consideration when we myself and my staff ranked the criteria. Again, I believe cost came out number 2, right behind, the return on investment. So I think we're all in agreement there. Myself and the county administrator did have after the presentation in May on the Endeavors proposal and just prior to strategic planning, we did have a conference call with EHN after which we received the proposal that is provided to you and your background. So, everything that's in the background is what we have received from both entities as far as moving forward. I agree. This is also a tough decision. We struggle with, even how to define criteria, how to move forward, and that's another reason we're bringing this before the court, because that's kind of what I'm after today. Okay, what methodology and what vision the court does want to move forward, and if it's not cost, if it's not location, again, I think we could all, like I said in my briefing, when we look at each criteria, depending on who you're talking to, would rank these criteria different. So that is a very difficult thing to do. But again, I'm seeking guidance from the court as how we would like to move forward, because both of these agencies, and especially Endeavors, they're moving on. EHN is moving on. I've been contacted. They're both in design phase. So I'm also concerned that, if we don't move the ball forward, we're going to miss the opportunity to have a voice at the table when it comes to designing, our footprint, our small footprint under either one of these roofs. Because again, it's a very small footprint under either one of these roofs, and the design plan is moving forward. So instead of having we tried to bring you to the table to get your 2 cents, and here we are, because they're moving on either way. Both organizations are moving on without the county. So my concern is not being able to influence the desired outcome as these 2 organizations move along, because right now, they're not going to wait for us.
And has our Veterans Advisory Board been involved in any of these discussions and reviewing
Every
the
month I bring
proposals?
this up with your Veteran Advisory Board. I've asked each one of your Veteran Advisory Board members to contact you to have a discussion with you on this proposal. So hopefully that has happened. Yes, but I have kept the Veteran Advisory Board. They are aware of what's going on. We've shared it at numerous town halls to get feedback on the veterans. But yes, I would like, we tried to keep the Veteran Advisory Board as involved, as informed, and you know, they're your right hand. So we would hope that they're also, you know, I would ask you to share this with your Veteran Advisory Board member, and just as Commissioner Stout has stated, if they have other ideas or feedback or don't agree, what myself and my staff have come up with, we're more than welcome for that feedback. That's what we're looking for.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so there's no action today, and so we'll keep hearing this and trying to get, you know, updated as much as we can, and Betsy will keep us sort of in tune. I know it's time sensitive because they're moving ahead, both organizations, but I think we still need a lot more information at this time. So Carl, but thank you very much for your effort and for your presentation and keeping us informed as we move forward. So thank you.
Again, Judge, thank you. Commissioners, thank you all for your time, and thank you for everything you do for veterans of our community. Again, this was a win no matter which way we go. Even if we don't do nothing, there will be more services and resources out there for our veterans. So that's a win overall.
And likewise, thank you for everything you do, Carl. Thank you. Betsy, at this time, we're a little close to lunch, and I know we've got Mayor Miller here, or Representative Miller as well. And do you think we
Judge, if I can too, I am about to get kicked out of my hotel room here, and I'm in Denver at a National Association of Counties conference, and it ended yesterday. But if once we break for lunch, I may not be able to get back on because I've also got to drive back to El Paso, and I'll try to get on in the car. But my office does have a presentation, I think, that was next, and so I'd like to be able to, if we can do that before we break for lunch, so that I can actually get out of the hotel and get on the road and make sure that I'm heading back, and then I'll figure out if I can get on through my phone.
And that'll be item 8, right? Item 8?
Item number 8, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I guess what'll happen is then we'll go into lunch, and then...
Well, Judge, I'm sorry. I mean, I think we can also push through with item number 9 since Alderman Miller has been waiting all morning. And we did hear the presentation already at our Thursday meeting, so I'm thinking that our item number 9 will probably go quickly.
Okay.
So maybe we could push
Sorry,
through a little bit.
And I'm just going to interject on that one. For item number 9, we are going to recommend that item be heard in executive session first. We've consulted with staff, and so our recommendation was to go into executive session. It is posted for action, and so then take that up. So we can do that now, or we can wait to take that up when items on executive session come through.
So it would be hear item number 8, go into executive session to hear item number 9, come back out to take any action on item number 9 if you'd like, Judge.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 8, Commissioners Court. Receive a presentation and take appropriate action to allocate up to $50,000 in hotel occupancy tax funds for Corazón, Historia y Patrimonio, History and Heritage Celebration, opinion number 308. And just for information, we do have 2 speakers signed up for this item.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners Court. Cynthia Renteria with Commissioner Stout's office. I am Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, so thank you, Cynthia, and thank you, Judge and Commissioners. As many of you know, we've been working quite a bit on historic preservation as a county, definitely within the Precinct 2 office, and now my office has been working with the community and some institutional partners to build on our heritage tourism programming by celebrating and recovering the history in the heart of El Paso, Central and South Central. And so I asked my staff, Cynthia mainly, Renteria, to put together a presentation and a proposal to provide the details, and then we can have a discussion. So I will hand the mic over to you, Cynthia. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next slide, please. Okay. Recognizing and preserving our unique border heritage reflects what we as the County of El Paso value. It is important that the landscape of historic sites and celebrations include the many layers of history within the county. Precinct 2 is home, as Commissioner Stout said, to the heart of El Paso and many of the original neighborhoods. These neighborhoods hold the history of El Paso's urbanization that developed into the community we know today. Many El Pasoans living in the far ends of the county trace their roots to South Central, as do other people from around the country and even the world. Next slide, please. So the image that you have here is the cover of the county's centennial program, which happened back in 1950. And so the county, there's a precedent for the county celebrating heritage tourism, and they've done it since the centennial and in the more recent past, right? So we have things like the Mission Trail and the San Elisario Genealogy and Historical Society. We have some of this programming already happening in the Mission Valley, and that's wonderful. But that's not the only history that El Paso has. And so this is an effort to expand on that programming and to recover voices previously excluded from the historical landscape throughout the city. So the centennial that took place in 1950, it did a couple of things that stood out apart from other celebrations that have happened in El Paso. It had like a reenactment of the first Commissioner's Court meeting. It had a covered wagon that drove from San Elisario to Isleta to El Paso, recognizing the history that had happened in the past 50 years, in the last 100 years. It also did something that was a little different, and it recognized the Salt War. If I could have the next slide, please. This is a program and the Commissioner's Court from 1881. This is a program of the centennial in 1950, and as you can see, it recognized the Salt War, it acknowledged it, and it did a reenactment. Now, this wasn't the most glamorous part in our history, right? Like, this isn't something fun and pretty. This was something that was violent, that was about race, that was about control over a natural resource, public versus private, but still they acknowledged it. So the county, within El Paso, has really been at the fore of recognizing untold histories. Another example, as you heard this morning from Padre Bañuelos and others, is you've dedicated the courthouse to Enrique Moreno and the county courtroom to Alicia Chacon. Those are other ways that the county is highlighting untold histories that aren't seen or visible in other parts of the city. Next slide, please. So working with institutional partners and community partners, we put together a steering committee because we also recognize that folks in El Paso and in these areas are already doing some of the recovery and celebrating of these histories, which we want to amplify. So we worked with the El Paso County Historic Commission, of course, the Lincoln Park Conservation Committee, UTEP's Institute of Oral History, the Field of Stars, or Campo de Estrellas, area historians, and the El Paso Museum of History. And we've also separately spoken with the El Paso Sports Commission as well on one of these specific projects that we are proposing today. Next slide, please. To begin this program, what we propose is to have a kickoff event or a history showcase. And we would hold it at the Old Sheepdog Brewery, which is in South Central El Paso near Lincoln Park. And at this event, we would have a rollout of history presentations done by scholars and community members on the topics of South Central El Paso, Segundo Barrio, Lincoln Park, and perhaps others. This is still the developing idea, right? So we propose to do a history showcase, but the exact specifics, this is the starting point that the steering committee has come to. The event will also have music and entertainment, at which we will also announce our walking/driving tours, which is part of the program, and they will take place after the kickoff event. We will announce the Coliseum, a call for artists to paint a mural at the El Paso County Coliseum. If you remember, the Coliseum has a wall that holds the rodeo dirt, and it is at the corner of Shelter and Delta, and it's a pretty big wall. And recognizing the efforts that the Sports Commission are already doing to enhance the exterior of the Coliseum with the new fence, we propose this as something that would add to those efforts. In addition, we will have an unveiling of a travel exhibit, which the Museum of History is helping with, but also the Field of Stars. And you have an example of the Field of Stars behind you, and I will say a little bit more about that in a bit. And because we want to celebrate, but also recover and document, add to the historical record about these histories, we have also partnered with the UTEP Institute of Oral History, and Dr. Leva, who is here today, received funding to implement this program. Next slide, please. So real quick, I'm going to highlight each one of the programs that we propose. So the walking/driving tours would be a series of walking tours that will celebrate history we don't typically see visible in El Paso. So these are the 5 tours that we propose, and it would be a Pachuco history tour, a literary musical El Paso, South Central, which would include Azcárate Park and the Coliseum, which are 2 of the county's historic gems, Segundo Barrio, which recently was designated as a national site for historic places, and the South Central and Central African American community. Next slide, please. So in May of this year, the County Coliseum celebrated its 80th birthday, and that's the other reason that we want to include the Coliseum. It's in South Central, but it's also among one of the more historic buildings that the county has. So, as I mentioned, the mural, we would work on this project with the Sports Commission to develop criteria for the mural, do a broad call for artists, and announce that during the kickoff event. And then once we've selected the design, the artist, we would also work with the area local high schools, which is Bowie High School and Jefferson High School, to involve students in this project, because we want this to be very community-based and community-led. But we also want a good quality mural, so it will be supervised by a professional artist. And then the County Coliseum will also be included as one of the stops on the tour of South Central. So we're really looking to broadly and inclusively tell the history of this area. Next slide, please. So here we have the traveling exhibit and the Field of Stars. And for those of you who haven't heard of the Field of Stars before, Ms. Lily Limon, on behalf of MASI, the Mexican American Cultural Institute, has brought together a sample of 3 of the flags that are behind the dais. And this project already includes the Enrique Moreno flag, the Alicia Chacon, and the Father Arturo Banuelas. So we would ask the county to add a few more flags to join these so that these can accompany the travel exhibit. And the travel exhibit, the paneling and the display cases would be provided by the museum, the El Paso Museum of History. We would have to just produce the content. And so then we could move this exhibit and have it for the kickoff event. We could bring it to the beginning of the different tours. We could display it in the courthouse. This is just a sample and a starting point for again, recovering and displaying this history. Next slide, please. And so as I mentioned, the recovery part. So Dr. Leva received funding from Humanities Texas to conduct oral histories in specifically South Central El Paso. Excuse me. Some of the neighborhoods, like Segundo Barrio, in the recent past have received more documentation, which is good because that, again, is adding to the historical record. The same has not been done for other parts of town. So through this project, we aim to start with South Central and start that process. These oral histories would then live or be archived at the Institute at UTEP and would be available to the public, for researchers, and for the county to draw from to continue further historical programming or heritage tourism programming. Next slide, please. This is also in line with our strategic plan of adding major attractions or events to attract tourists. This will take place in September, which is the kickoff of Hispanic Heritage Month. It'll be the weekend after the Lincoln Park Day car show. And then we'll have things that go at the Coliseum. It's a little bit of something for everyone, and we anticipate that heritage enthusiasts will really get into this, which is like a more modern history, urban history of the area, which maybe we haven't heard, because the city and other entities, and as a community, we tend to focus on the 400 years of El Paso history. But with this project, we want to say El Paso has more than 400 years of history that is worth celebrating too. This will also serve as a model for other precincts that aren't already engaging in their local heritage treasures or programs that are available. So if, say, someone wants to look for something in the northern part of the Northeast or on the west side, this serves as a tool for how to continue growing our heritage tourism programming throughout the county. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of the cost. And as you can see, the biggest investment would be in the mural, which would stay on county property. It was really important for members of the steering committee to have this result in not just tours or something that is temporary, but something that we could have that would last. So this is why the breakdown has come this way, and why the mural has the most funding. And I do have folks from Economic Development and Valerie from Heritage Tourism. I don't know if they'd like to make any other comments, if you have any questions. But that is the presentation, and I am here for questions, as is Commissioner Stout, and I know that we have public comment as well.
Well, Cynthia, just real quick, this is pretty amazing, something that we've been talking about, you know, our heritage tourism. There's so many other things. I participated with the Historic Commission this past Saturday with Felix Martinez, and I'm thinking, how did we miss these people? Like, I told them, I said his grandson was there, and I said, you know, I was sitting there thinking, you know, it could have been one of those that we didn't even know, but just like an amazing individual entrepreneur, the Greater Chamber, actually, he started it back there in 1908 or 1904, something like that. But it was just sitting there wondering how much more there is to our community. And if you think about anything that we could sell to the rest of the world and to entice them to come visit us, it's heritage tourism. And so, I mean, this is quite a very coordinated, you did an amazing job, you and Commissioner Stout and your team, to sort of highlight how this is going to work. And I think it's going to be very valuable, and it supports tremendously our heritage tourism. So, but thank you for this presentation more than anything.
Thank you, Judge.
And of course, as always, Dr. Leyva being involved in you know, enhancing the component of the oral history and capturing all this is really, really incredible. So, Commissioner
I just had a quick question. Cynthia, the date, is there an actual date, or we're just thinking sometime in September?
No, we're proposing the Saturday after Lincoln Park, which I believe is September 24th. Yes, ma'am. September 24th would be the day for the kickoff event, and then following that Saturday, the walking tours would continue. We would establish a timeline working with the Sports Commission once we have an artist selected. So the date for the kickoff is the 24th, and then the other timelines will develop as, once we're approved, we can move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Bo, can you come up and sort of help us on this, what it means to us? And
Absolutely. As a member of the Sports Commission, and we're wholeheartedly in agreement with Ms. Renteria, Commissioner Stout, excited for this part of heritage tourism. When it comes down to tourism in the County Coliseum, it's a perfect way to celebrate not only the 80th anniversary of the Coliseum, but also the history involved. You know, with the acts, this year is the 50th anniversary of Elvis performing in the Coliseum, Johnny Cash, Selena, the UTEP men's basketball team, just so many others. So we're absolutely excited to help and think this is a fantastic way.
Bowie's 100 year?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
just
amazing.
Keep counting. You're going,
And Jefferson, 75 years. So, but Bo, how do we, when you look at the hotel tax, and we look at occupancies and, you know, people coming to our hotels, is there any way that we could create that opportunity to have
To
people?
track? I think absolutely.
Well, that we would make sure that people come to our community during this event.
I think so. We have a fantastic relationship with Destination El Paso, so Visit El Paso, us, you know, city and county, combining efforts to do that. I think that's very easily done.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any, Commissioner Stout, go ahead and tell us a little bit about your vision here.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else had any other questions, but you know, this is something that we've been working on, and I do want to thank, of course, the steering committee, the members of that committee that have taken time to volunteer to come up with this proposal. Really want to thank my staff, of course, Cito Negron and Cynthia Renteria. This was their brainchild. This was their baby. Came from their brains, and you know, I'm really happy with both of them. I think that you know, Cynthia is a subject matter expert in this area, and so there's nobody better to be working on this. I don't know if you all are aware, but tomorrow she'll be defending her doctoral dissertation in front of the panel of professors that have guided her through her doctoral degree. And I think one of them is actually Dr. Yolanda Leiva. So we wish her the best on that. And I don't know, we did have some public comment. But, you know, this is, I think, a very well thought out program, and something that we can build upon, as Cynthia stated in the project, and use it as a model for other programming across the county when we identify other areas that we can uplift and tell those untold stories.
Thank you. And we do have public comments, or we don't?
Yes, we have Miss Yolanda Chavez Leiva. She's here in person, and then we have
Oh, excellent. Thank
one
you,
on the
Dr.
phone.
Leiva. You've seen a lot of friends here today, right, Dr. Leiva?
Yes. It's been a wonderful morning watching you recognize the Monsignor and Dr. Nunez and Chiri, and I'm always happy to be here.
Thank you.
So good morning, Judge and
Thank you.
Commissioners. I'm here to express my support, as you can imagine, for this very wonderful Corazón, Historia y Patrimonio project. I'm so glad, Judge, that you mentioned Felix Martinez, because people don't know about him. There's so much that we don't know about our history that would enrich us to know. I'm usually talking about El Segundo Barrio, I'm usually talking about Duranguito, but today I want to say just a few words about South Central. When my paternal family moved here in 1914, my daddy was 4 years old. They moved first to Fruta Street, then Pera Street, right at the heart of South Central, which back in the day was called Far East El Paso. And I spent many childhood days in South Central at my grandmother's house, and my father would tell me stories of growing up in the 1910s, getting his 3 years of education there, running the streets, un chavalito descalzo is what he always said, and sneaking into what is now called the Mission Theater to watch movies. This project for me goes beyond the personal, however. It speaks to me as a trained historian specializing in El Paso history and border history, because South Central and the other areas that Ms. Renteria just talked about, El Segundo, Lincoln Center, the African-American community in South El Paso, those are rich histories for us, and they shaped who we are today. They shaped us in terms of immigration, of urbanization, of the work that people did in those barrios to build El Paso. South Central developed at the turn of the 20th century as El Segundo Barrio got too full and people started moving eastward, still along the river. And those presidios and houses have been home to thousands of immigrant families and their children and continue to be so today. Before 1910, we had institutions like Bell School, like Guardian Angel Catholic Church, that provided anchors for the community. Ms. Renteria already mentioned that we've received a grant from Humanities Texas as your partner in this project, so we will begin in the fall doing some oral histories with people in South Central. And if I can be of any service to you as a historian, I'm always here. So thank you very much for the vision that you always have to promote our history and to help people know what our roots are. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm glad you mentioned, when you think about people like Nolan Richardson, imagine coming out of El Barrio and being the only coach in history to be 3 championship, junior and NCAA and NIT. I mean, it's so amazing. And coming out of Bowie High School, Segundo Barrio, just so many people. And, I think Cynthia mentioned that there's some modern history here that we might be missing, if we're not careful. And Cynthia, the best of luck on defending for the dissertation. I know it's so well deserved. I'm putting in a plug since your professor's here. Just kidding.
Yes, I will be grilling her tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. No, but thank you very much. I think it's a great opportunity for us to support what we talk about, a little bit of, doing what we say we want to do and getting involved in this. I think it's heritage tourism is a gift to the rest of the world. It really is. No other community, I think, has this available to them. So I don't know if there's any questions, any comments.
We have one more.
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, we have Miss Corinne Chacon on the line.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Corinne.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
of course. I wouldn't miss this opportunity. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners, staff, and everyone involved with this, all the partners. I want to just say a few things very quickly and commend the Precinct 2, Commissioner Stout, for continuing to invest in the ongoing efforts to create a robust job-creating economic sector in heritage tourism. That is how it's done. It's not done all at once, and it does take just consistency. And so I think this is an excellent project. And yes, these kind of activities will instill pride in our home and in people's courage to lead, to take on the roles of leadership and serve the community. And yes, projects like this cultivate appreciation for the lessons and the guidance of history. And right now, tourists are looking for authentic experiences. And in El Paso, those experiences are touchable. They're walkable. We have not destroyed everything that is of value to us. And certainly elevating the stories of people is really contributes to that richness. But this year, more than ever, because we've come out of a pandemic and the massacre, we have to undermine the anxiety and the hopelessness that many of our children and young people feel. And we have to undermine that with examples and models that other people have experienced this sort of episodes in history, and they have triumphed. And they do it by staying united and working together and maintaining their hope that they can achieve their dreams. Within that building, the Enrique Moreno Courthouse and the Courtroom, we see the examples of that. And so more than ever, these kinds of projects reach out to our children and our young people. And I think that makes it just incredibly powerful. And we don't know how many people we can save from just the damage of anxiety and feeling desperate and feeling hopeless. There's always hope when we work together.
So much for what you've done in the area of mental health. And today was a real special day because Several times, your mom's name came up and honored, and in some of the resolutions, as well as Enrique Moreno. And so it was such a special day. You had a lot of your friends here today, and like I said, honoring both your mom and Enrique Moreno. So it was very special. And then having this really highlights the importance of heritage tourism. Thank
It's my pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Corinne. Okay. We need to.
Well, then, if there's no more, any other questions or comments, thank you very much to Dr. Leyva and to Corinne Chacon for your support, and I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the item.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great job, Cynthia. Commissioner, great job, and thank you. Everybody that stayed
you.
around, thank you. Appreciate it. Great initiative. Thank you.
Item number 9, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding participating in the Town of Horizon City's Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 1. Opinion number 356.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. For this item, we'd ask that it please be taken into executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.0725. But before doing so, and if you agree, I do need to read in a memo into the agenda at this time. And so this is a written determination that determines that it is necessary to take this meeting in closed session under 551.0725 because there are contract negotiations that we would like to review and discuss with the court in executive session. And so if you agree, I will need for you all to take a vote, so a motion and a second that says that it is appropriate that this item be taken in executive session, that deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the county's negotiations with the City of Horizons and its affiliated entities and officials. We've made the determination that there are specific county business and financial issues that we cannot have in open session, and because of those issues, we'd like to have those in executive. So if you are in agreement, we need a motion to move into executive session based on those findings that I just read into the record, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll provide a copy of that memo to the clerk's office for the record, and we're moving into executive.
Thank you. We're going to take an 8-minute break so we can be back in 10.
Okay, Commissioners, Court will recess into executive session to discuss item number 9 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all-skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains, so they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding, so we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So We saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding, so we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the streets. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. We are on item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action regarding participating in the Town of Horizon City's Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 1. Opinion number 356.
Thank you. I would say Mayor Miller and Representative combination, I guess. But we did have a discussion on all the items, and we've directed Jose to follow up on some of the items that we'd like for you to consider as part of the contract, and then we'll have it on the agenda. When is it next? Is it next Monday or?
As soon as they're able to negotiate those
okay.
specific items, and we'll get that back as quickly as possible.
Okay, so thank you very much for being here with us, and then we'll get back with you and let you know some of the things that we discussed. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We'll take no action for item number 9. Judge, at this time, would you like to recess for
Yes, half an hour, please.
For half an hour? Okay, Commissioners Court will recess for 30 minutes. It is 1:04 p.m.
The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping, and we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptied out, and you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming up from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarote Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So We saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding, so we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the streets. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
We're really excited to host a girls' fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to go ahead and take up item number 23 from grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item 23, approve and authorize the County Parks and Recreation Department in partnership with Kaboom, Horizon View Community Improvement Association, Inc., Clint ISD, and Texas A&M AgriLife to apply for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department FY23 Urban Outdoor Grant in the amount of $1,500,000 from October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2026. A match in the amount of $1,500,000 is required. If approved, the match funding will be budgeted in General Fund G-Admin Transfer Out Grant Match for FY24 and FY25. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the required accompanying grant forms. Contract number 2022-0552. And just for information, we do have a guest speaker for this item.
Veronica?
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much again for all your support of Parks and Recreation. I was just sharing with Betsy how busy we were this weekend. You know, we had 620 campers and just all the exciting things that are happening with Moms on Board. Over 1,000 kids, families served, 700 school uniforms swapped, and the farmers market. So just a lot of exciting things happening. And also just a lot of infrastructure that we're doing. So hand in hand, we got great facilities, you know, great parks for everyone. The people will come. So thank you so much. Again, I can't thank you enough for all your support. And then on this grant, it takes all of us. It takes our whole community. And I'm super excited about this grant. There's just a lot of partners in this grant. And so with that, I'll go ahead and move into the presentation. Next. Oh, there we go. So how is this aligned with our county strategic plan? Again, increasing tourism, of course, upgrading our infrastructure, promoting collaboration and engagement. As I mentioned, we have a lot of partners in this grant. And then strengthening our financial health by partnering with Kaboom for some of the grant match as well. The master plan statistically valid survey calls for that there is a need, especially in this community, for a park, and definitely more great parks and amenities in this area in Precinct 3. Again, the master plan recommendations that call for in Action 1.14 for Horizon View Estates Park, again with this partnership. And then this is only phase 1 of the park renovation that we're going to be working on, and it's the area highlighted right of the 4.7 acres out of the total almost 14 acres. The park proposed renovations include a hike and bike trail, playground with all-inclusive amenities, a multi-sport court, adventure course, and a nice big pavilion where the community can have their meetings. We've done enhanced projects in the past with Kaboom, and so this grant is the grant that we are about to receive, not this one, the one that we just got awarded and hopefully will accept next week, is a pilot program for Texas and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. It's the first of its kind with county and Kaboom, and so and again, they're basing it on the success that we had with the park and the playground that we built in Tornillo. So this is a success that we've had in the past. The department recommendation, so here's the way I want to explain this, the best way to explain this. We're asking that the county support the 1.5 million match. We're still going to work with Kaboom, but for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, since again, the other one that we received is a pilot program, and Kaboom works on fundraising, they would like to ensure that the county, if Kaboom were not to meet their match or anybody were not to come up with their match, that the county would still be good for the 1.5 million. So yes, we're still going to work with Kaboom. Yes, we're still going to work with all of our partners for the in-kind for the match, but I want to make sure I already have it documented, and I don't have to come back to the court to ask if this is acceptable or approved. That was one of the questions that I got from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. So we are reapplying for this grant. We did not get awarded the last time, and this was one of the things because in their letter of support, Kaboom aims to fundraise. And so since we already have one grant that they've done like that, that's a pilot. This is not, they don't want to do another one. And they wanted to make sure that the county was good for the 1.5 million. And of course, in something like that, they're not just going to take my word for it. Yeah, the county's good for 1.5 million. I don't have that authority. So that's why I'm bringing it to you all in this form. So yes, we're still going to work with everyone, of course, to make sure, maximize our resources and work with other partners, including Clint ISD to, again, maintain the park. And other partners, Texas A&M AgriLife, to help with building a garden of the community's choice, whatever they want, and working with the community as well. So that's the way this is broken out, and that's the way it'll be written. It's a $3 million project. The county would spend $1.5 million, and then we would get reimbursed from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for the $1.5 million. And in the case that Kaboom or another one of our entities didn't come up with their portion.
But the plan is that Kaboom's portion is this 600, I'm sorry, the screen below, right before this, the 656,157, that would go towards the match.
Yes, in cash and in kind.
Okay, so that would go towards the 1.5 million
Right.
county match.
Right. And again, we'll see, we are going to have our first experience with the one that we just got awarded, the 1.3 million, with working with Kaboom in a larger scale. And so that's why Texas Parks and Wildlife Department would like to ensure that the county would come up with the 1.5 million should something not work out.
But you're confident that we'll get it to work out with Kaboom? They've been such great partners thus far, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. They're before we got the award for the 1.3 million, they were already working on making things happen. I'm like calling Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, where's my grant award? We're already getting ready to build an adventure course at Gallegos, and I don't have a grant award. So, yes, they're great partners. They're great partners right now. And they want to continue to partner with us. They got a new initiative of 25 playgrounds in 5 years, and they want the county to be part of that. So definitely a good partner so far for us.
Excellent.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can we hear from her?
Yes,
Okay.
and so thank you, and we'll take any questions after we have our speakers.
Thank you.
And before the residents speak, Judge, if I could just give a little brief history.
Absolutely.
If the court remembers, so we voted last year in June to accept a donation from Horizon Communities Improvement Association for this land, which in total is about 14 acres, so it's a really good-sized land. But this was a property that was always, ever since this area was developed, meant to be a park, but it never happened. And so thankfully, the court did approve accepting the donation from HCIA. Our legal department, our county attorney's office did a wonderful job in executing all of the agreements. I want to thank Veronica and Norma. They've both been very, very very active in trying to make sure that we get this park moving. And of course, the residents, they've really been the catalyst behind this park. I think you'll hear from them that literally they've been waiting 30 years for a park in their neighborhood, and it looks like finally we're close to making that a reality. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass the microphone along to the residents of that area, and they can tell us a little bit about what this park would mean to them.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Consuelo Ordóñez. Vengo de Horizon View Estates. Somos algunas más personas, pero desgraciadamente ahora este día justo empezaron los niños en la escuela, entonces muchas personas trabajan en las escuelas, por eso ahora nomás nos tocó a ella y a mí. Yo tengo 22 años viviendo ahí en Horizon View Estates. Hemos padecido muchas cosas, bastantes, pero bueno, hoy es el parque, ¿verdad? Yo llegué a esa colonia cuando Jenny estaba chiquita, ya se casó, ya tiene sus hijos, yo ya casi mi hijo mayor, mi nieto mayor tiene 18 años, ya casi voy a ser bisabuela. Entonces, siempre hemos soñado con ese parque. Siempre andamos llevando a los niños para todas partes, y siempre soñamos con ese parque. Toda la comunidad de ahí. Ya mucha gente se burla de nosotros porque donde quiera tocamos puertas y siempre dicen, ya, métanse para sus casas, ya no hagan nada, ya no les van a hacer caso. Pero yo tengo 22 años tocando puertas y nada, pero gracias a Dios que ya Ileana nos escuchó y nos están ayudando muchísimo. Gracias, no tienen idea lo que es para nosotros ese parque. Porque yo me llevo a mi niña, a mis nietos, hasta Agua Dulce, siempre andamos correteando los parques. Y para nosotros sería algo tremendo que nos ayudaran con ese parque, porque simplemente en las tardes los niños se nos van a otros parques y no los puede uno estar vigilando. Y es mucho, hasta muy sencillamente para las personas mayores y todo, no tenemos nada. Yo quisiera que, bueno, ellas ya conocen, ¿verdad? Yo le digo mi rancho, ellas ya conocen, pero Verónica también nos estuvo visitando y pobrecita, pues o sea que sí da tristeza entrar a mi rancho. Cuando alguien viene de visita, yo les digo, miren esto nuevo y que el hospital y que Walmart, todo está creciendo, nada más nuestra colonia se está quedando atrás. Estamos muy solos porque desgraciadamente nadie nos ha escuchado. Yo les pido de verdad que nos ayuden un poquito con ese parque.
Gracias. I'll try to phrase it in English, but she has been there for 22 years and very thankful for Commissioner Holguín to sort of take that spearhead and move it along. She says that she's had children from a very young age that have not been able to utilize a park. They have to go to different places. They have to go away from where they could be supervised, and so this is something that would be really good for the community. She says she almost gave up knocking doors, but she hasn't given up yet, and thanks to Commissioner Holguín it looks like we might have that possibility, and thanks to Veronica as well. We're excited to help out, especially the way you've said it is that, to have children have to go to a different park because there's nothing in their community is not what we want in our county. So, thank you. Muchas gracias. Muy amable.
Yes, I think we have someone on the line as well. Roxanne from Horizon Community Improvement Association.
She's on the line?
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Roxanne.
Hi. Hi, how are you all? Hi, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Roxanne Burado. I am the General Manager for Horizon Communities Improvement Association. We are extremely excited to see all of this unfold for this community that very much is in need of this park. I'd like to take a moment to thank Commissioner Holguin and Veronica, Norma, and everybody else that we have worked alongside to get this this land donation in the hands of the county, who will then be able to make something happen for this community. So we appreciate you all taking this item into consideration, and we are in support with our land donation. Should speak volumes of how supportive we are of a park being brought into this community that very much is in need and deserves a park for their area. So thank you so much for taking up this item, and thank you everybody for all of your hard work and time and dedication in making this happen for them.
Thank you, Roxanne, and thank you for always working with the communities in Horizon. We thank you for your participation today. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to say again, thank you for your support, and the administration couldn't do it without them. It takes all of us, the Public Works Department, our engineers. Lydia was very helpful with this grant, and now Adrian Alvarado, Lydia Arias, and now Adrian Alvarado is helping with this, finalize some things on our site plan to reapply. And so again, just thanks to the whole team. It takes all of us again. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your team, and Adrian has always been extremely invaluable, motivated, and just an amazing worker. So I'm glad you're adding him to the team. So thank you. Do we need
I just need a quick question. Betsy, have we identified funding in our budget, whether it be 1.3 or 1.5?
No, sir. We're saying it would be identified in a future budget for FY24 and 25 as part of our grant matches.
Okay, thank you.
And I know the item actually said FY24 and 25, but whenever the funding would be needed is when we'd make sure it was budgeted for. So if it carried over to FY26 or whenever it would be needed, we'd make sure the match was there.
Okay.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias por venir y estar aquí con
Felicidades, el primer
nosotros.
paso.
Item number 10. Receive a presentation and take appropriate action regarding a draft 2023 state legislative action agenda to be delivered to the El Paso County's delegation to the Texas State Legislature.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. We have Alicia Tamayo with us online.
Lisa?
Before,
Hi, good afternoon, Judge. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
ma'am. Elisa, before you want to start, I wanted to share, as you know, I was recently just at the National Association of Counties, and there were several other government affairs employees there from counties around Texas, and they did all share with me how much they're enjoying working with Elisa and what an attribute she's already been to their team.
Well,
So I wanted to
excellent.
share that with you all and with Elisa because I really appreciate her getting involved quickly they said it's already been a great asset to their team.
Well, that's great news, having her start right before the sessions and having her just hit the road running and getting those compliments. We feel much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. That's very nice of you, and I appreciate the kind words. I think we have great colleagues in the state of Texas doing government affairs for the other big counties. And today is just really short. You all already saw the presentation last week on both Monday and Thursday meetings. And today we just need appropriate action to approve the draft agenda that is in your backup. We did update it this morning with a new beautiful cover sheet that the Comms Department put together. So we really want to give kudos to Laura and Desiree in the Comms Department who did the new cover sheet for the agenda. And then we also removed an item that HR had last session that they don't see necessary in this new agenda because the state did allow them to do the court interpreter certification in February in El Paso. And so with that, we will have 31 proposals for the agenda, and then our legislative values that will be evolving, changing, we'll be adding onto them as the session unfolds, I believe. But I think we need a motion. If you have had time to see the agenda.
Any comments? No? Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Awesome. Thank you.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Awesome. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you,
Have a good
Lisa.
rest of your day.
The best of luck. Thank you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Betsy?
Judge, Commissioners, we don't have Dr. Ocaranza on the line with us today. If you'd like, while you're giving your updates, I can always bring up the latest data. I do know there's been basically their cases are still continuing to remain at an increased rate. But if you'd like, I could pull up the actual data while you all are giving any updates you have.
Yeah, just the update of, encouraging the use of, we met with Dr. Ocaranza, feels that the numbers are climbing on us, and obviously we keep saying the same thing, that it's beginning a little bit alarming with the official numbers, which are no indication of what's really happening because of the few individuals reporting that are taking home tests, and also, unfortunately, people saying, I think it's the flu, I'm not going to test because, it's just too light or the symptoms are low. And so, we can sort of get away with it right now, but if we have another increase or the flu increases as we're going into September, November, we could have a challenge. So as always, the courthouse is taking the lead and encouraging, hopefully others will do the same as we move forward. So at this time, it's sort of just be very cautious and see what's going to be happening in the next few weeks. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Leon?
Nothing from me.
Commissioner Stout? I think
He is frozen.
We may have lost Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Olguin?
No, nothing for me, Betsy.
Okay. I did want to follow up on a comment, Judge, that you had asked about last week, which was the hospitalization numbers seeming high. I did double check with UMC, who was able to pull the numbers. It does appear that the numbers as hospitalization are accurate. They are more distributed versus before. You may recall when the numbers were extremely high, that the majority of cases were at UMC. But now it appears that they're more equally distributed, the cases that are in hospitalization. And as of today, the total hospitalized being reported is 92. And out of the 92, there's 21 in ICU and 5 on ventilators. And we are at the community risk level of red or 1, the highest risk level.
Yeah, we spoke to John Long. He was saying that, I think it's about 40% now where they're in the hospital for something totally different. They get tested and they realize they have COVID. So that sort of gives you a reflection of what's happening outside of the hospital in our community. So once again, those little hints of we're going and, increasing those numbers is really important for our community.
That concludes this item.
Okay, thank you, Betsy.
We will take no action for item number 11. Item number 12, purchasing. Approve the purchase of El Paso County Courthouse Judges Access Control Security Intercom System through Council of Judges using Region 19 Contract 21-7404, awarded to Pyrocom Systems, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $267,882.84. Purchasing approved on July 15, 2022. Funding is available in CIP 21 Council Renovations.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent, and we're seeking the court's approval to purchase through the Region 19 contract with Pyrocom, contract number 21-7404, an access control security intercom system through our Council of Judges for our courthouse, and it is in the amount of $267,882 with 84 cents, and it is in their CIP renovations budget line. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have on this purchase.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, authorize the sole source award to purchase NeoGov Software Suite Maintenance Support Software Application License utilized by the Human Resources Department through Information Technology Department to GovernmentJobs.com, Inc., doing business as NeoGov from El Segundo, California, for an amount of $106,566.81. Funds are available in GTITD Maintenance Repair Software. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 262.024A7A, as a sole source item, it is exempt from the provisions of the County Purchasing Act. Sole source will be reevaluated at the time of new contract to ensure compliance with statute.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent. We are asking the court's approval for a sole source to be awarded to NeoGov. This is the system that we currently use. NeoGov is the sole provider for the private sector job board. GovJobs.com and Insights is the only tracking program that allows NeoGov subscribers a direct applicant management interface. So NeoGov is the only approved vendor that provides all the related solutions, training, system documents, hosting services, and maintenance of these software products. And we are asking that the court award a sole source to NeoGov in the amount of $106,566.81. And I can answer any questions you might have on this sole source.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
He's frozen again.
Okay. Commissioner Stout is absent for this item. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
He's back.
Back, sorry. I would have voted aye on that item. I'm not sure if you passed it already.
Okay, motion carries.
Yeah, we got you.
Item number 14, approve award recommendation for bid 22-017 El Paso County Detention Facility upgrade and replace the sanitary sewer system to Suntech Mechanical, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, in the lump sum amount of $4,371,000. Purchasing approved on July 11, 2022. Funding is available in CIP 18 SO Detention Renovations. For this item, we're asking for it to be deleted.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, approve award recommendation of bid 22-019, purchase of 3 enclosed trailers for quad transport and 3 enclosed mobile office trailers for the County of El Paso to Red Barn Trailers LLC of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $117,300. Purchasing approved on July 15, 2022. Funding is available in CP, replace 22 fleet vehicles.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Karen Davidson, Purchasing Agent. And this was a competitive bid, 22-019. We are asking for your approval to award to Red Barn Trailers in the amount of $117,300 for the 6 different trailers, 3 for the enclosed quad and 3 for the enclosed mobile office trailers. And I'm certainly here to answer any questions you might have on this bid.
Just for the public, the usage of these trailers, could you tell us a little bit about that, Karen?
Mr. Staples coming to the podium.
Oh, there he is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Hilton Staple, Fleet Operations Director. These are the 6 trailers that you approved a little bit over a year ago via the CARES funding. The trailers, the vendor had the PO, couldn't source them, so we actually had to pull it back and go out to bid. These trailers will be used by Constable Precinct 1, 4, and 6 to transport some of their off-road equipment that we procured, and the other 3 will be used for mobile offices, kind of like what you saw at the COVID sites. We have those 2 trailers out there.
Perfect, thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 16,
Thank
auditor.
you, Karen.
Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended June 30th, 2022. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthlyreports.htm.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. This is the monthly financial update for the month of June, fiscal month 9. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. The executive financial summary basically depicts all funds, and the general fund shows revenues and expenses as of the month of June and also year to date. The percentage of the budget excludes $19 million for emergencies, and it's a summary of all funds for the current year, like I said, including revenues, expenses, and also includes life-to-date funds. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report for the month ended June 30th. The condensed financial report for June is published in the Sunday paper prior to the Commissioners Court meeting. It includes budgeted funds, multi-year funds, including information on fund balance, revised budget, expenditures, encumbrances, requisitions, and the year-to-date available budget balance. Next slide, please. Summary of revenues by fund for fiscal month 09. This slide represents revenues collected within the county broken down by fund type. And during the month, the general fund collected approximately $12 million. Next slide, please. This is revenues by source year-to-date for fiscal month 9. The breakdown for FY22 year-to-date general fund revenue collections by revenue type compared to the same period last fiscal year. The general fund collections have increased compared to the same period in the prior fiscal year. Actuals 22 versus 21, we had variances, favorable variances total $15.3 million. Basically, 10 out of the 12 categories were positive, or 83.33%. Unfavorable variances were minimal, but there were two categories with unfavorable variances totaling almost $225,000. That was fines and forfeits and licenses and permits. So the net variances ended up being $15.1 million. The unfavorable variances, as I said, related to fines, a decrease of about $222,000, relating to judgments and special expense fees, a decline in some of those fees coming in, and then licenses and permits relating to the alcohol license and permits for alcoholic beverages. The favorable variances have been consistent over the last few months. Sales tax, sales and use tax increased by $6.2 million. Charges for services increased by $3.3 million. And these are typically the same departments that have been showing increases month after month. Federal prisoners are up, county clerk, Coliseum food, county tax collections, Coliseum rental, phone commissions, the internet/tablet. That's the new revenue out of the jail. Constable fees, green fees, golf cart fees, district clerk fees. Got a real positive trend. Property taxes increased by $2.1 million. Even though property taxes are increasing, there's one area of concern. Delinquent taxes. We've actually seen a decrease of about $1.5 million. We're monitoring the decline. We've been in collaboration with the city tax office, and it appears to be an increase in prior year tax refunds. So there may be a lot more protests than we've had of late, the last year or so. So we'll monitor it closely to see how much further it reduces our delinquent taxes. Sales tax, motor vehicles, due to the high sales prices used for vehicles, for used vehicles, with limited new vehicles availability, the used vehicle prices have been basically at a premium, and new vehicles are selling over MSRP. So we did see an increase of about $1.4 million. State mixed beverage tax, about $1 million increase. Interest revenue, an increase of about $583,000. And the main reason for that is that our contract had 50 basis points for interest, and since the Fed funds rate has gone up, we're currently getting a 1.2031% interest rate in textbook prime. Intergovernmental revenues increased by $323,000. The majority of that was the federal criminal alien housing, an increase of about $280,000. We did not receive any funds last year. The feds did open up the application for those funds, so I expect those funds coming in this fiscal year. And the other one was we had federal reimbursement from FEMA, so that's an increase of about $180,000. Miscellaneous revenues, overall increase about $205,000. The main one in that category was sports park rental, increased by about $259,000. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overview of the revenue collected compared to the estimated budget for the year as of June 30th, which is about 75% of the year expired. So far, the general fund has collected 89.65% of budgeted revenues. This analysis excludes $66 million for designated fund balance reserves used to balance the FY22 budget. Next slide, please. Of the total year-to-date revenues collected as of fiscal month 09, taxes comprised approximately 88.64% of revenues received, with ad valorem being 78.87%. And within that segment, sales tax represented 17.52%. Next slide, please. This is the 3-year comparison of the most significant revenues for the county. The table focuses on, like I say, the trend, and the most significant ones. The property tax collections have slowed down, as I said earlier, due to delinquent tax revenues being netted with tax refunds. But overall, sales tax still continues to be up. We are seeing indication going from double-digit increases to single-digit increases. In May, we had a 5.6% increase over the prior year, same month. And recently, in I think it was July, we had an 8% increase, which is still positive, but it's going down from double-digit. Next slide, please. Regarding sales tax, this is just emphasis on the areas, the 4 largest categories that make up the sales tax receipts. that are depicting continued positive trends. Retail trade up about 173,000 or 6.38%. Then under, let's see, retail trade was 173. And then accommodations and food services up about 80,000 or 10.89%. Wholesale trade, 111,000 or almost 31%. And then information up about 126,000 or 39.19%. Next slide, please. Expenditures within the county broken down by fund type. For the month of June 2022, the general fund reflected total expenses of $25 million and a year-to-date total of $226 million. Next slide, please. The total general fund expenses during the year broken down by function. Note that the revised budget in general government excludes $19 million for designation for unforeseen emergencies. Expenditures are slightly higher when compared to last year. The percentage of the year expired is 75%, and the budget expended is 56.08%. Next slide, please. The general fund changes by government function in comparison to the same period the previous year. General government increased by $10 million. The transfer out increased by $5.2 million for the transfer to road and bridge. There was no activity in the prior fiscal year, and the transfer for FY21 was in July. The transfer out for small capital, the 1 penny general fund, increased by $2.5 million. Additionally, under elections expense increased by $975,000. Public Works non-department had a decrease of $2.3 million, and that was mainly relating to the payment of $1.8 million for the Camino Real Mobility Authority was made in fiscal month 7. Public safety increased by $6.7 million. The majority of that was salaries, an increase of $2.1 million. Salaries were transferred to the CARES program in FY21, totaling $5 million. And professional services medical for the jail increased $1.4 million. That's for the El Paso County Hospital and inmate medical services. The health and dental also increased by $855,000, and that basically happened throughout the county budget. Juvenile probation increased by $783,000, mainly for a capital out renovation, increase of $269,000. Their health and dental, as I said earlier, increased by $119,000, and then the capital outlay for furniture and fixtures increased by $117,000. Under administration of justice, saw an increase of $1.3 million. Mainly public defender, there was an increase of $775,000, mainly relating to salary and fringe. Council of Judges up by $455,000 for indigent defense legal fees for felonies and temp pool court interpreters. District Attorney's Office decreased by $817,000, mainly salaries and fringe. Public Works increased by $953,000 relating to capital out vehicles, which increased by $1.8 million. And then the capital out stormwater improvement decreased by $894,000. And then resource development, we had a decrease of $6.3 million, mainly due to the $5.9 million relating to the FASTER program that occurred in the prior fiscal year. Next slide, please. This chart breaks down the expenditures by function of government. Public safety accounted for 41.83% of the year-to-date expenses. General government, 29.56%, and administration of justice, 22.34%, and the remaining 6.27% for all other functions. Next slide, please. This is the auditor's projected fund balance. At the time of doing this report, I was projecting fund balance at the end of the fiscal year as of 9/30/2022 of $90 million, but subsequent to that, I had some communication with budget and fiscal policy, which identified an additional $4 million in expenditures that would not occur, and therefore the fund balance is revised to $94 million. We're probably going to have another estimate or two for the budget, and we'll assess the fund balance continually. Just a few minutes ago, prior to this item, probably within the last 30 minutes, we did get the numbers from Central Appraisal. So my office will be collaborating with the tax office, working on the calculation of the no new tax rate. And we should have a number, I would say, by the end of the week. But we'll be collaborating with budget and fiscal policy on that too, because I know that's a number that we really need to get our revenues honed in for budget hearings that'll start early August. Next slide, please. This is just a summary of the information that's provided in the monthly financial report each month for anybody looking for specific information. Next slide, please. With that, that's my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Budget process, anything in this report that, that should be cautionary, or any insight or anything that we need to be expecting as we see this and going into this budget? Any insights or observations that can help us?
Well, the only concern that I think I had was on property taxes, that the delinquent taxes have seen a decline due to refunds. But usually what happens when the property values go down, the tax rate will go up. And the converse, if property values go up, then the tax rates go down. So that's my only concern right now is to see where that tax rate comes out for the Commissioner's Court for the budget. But typically, truth in taxation is it'll get you to the same dollar you had in the prior fiscal year. The only exception is that since we had excess sales tax of over like $5.1 million, you can expect that the tax revenues to the general fund, just for the no new tax rate, you can expect it to go down just a little over $5 million. But sales tax, on the other hand, is up by $5 million. So it's really a wash. And the big number that we're looking for is the new values added, new properties added to the rolls, which are new revenue to the county, to see what impact that will have based on the new calculated tax rate. But no big surprises. I think just the tax number calculation is the one that we're really waiting for to try to hone in on where the budget is and where the commissioners want to go.
Well, thank
for
you,
FY23.
Thank you for all your work, you and your team. Any questions at this time?
Thank you.
If not, thank you, Edward. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just in a motion to accept. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll move to accept.
Approve. Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 17, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Pursuant to the requirements of a Bureau of Justice Assistance Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, hold a public hearing that provides an opportunity for citizen comment on an application for $210,519 to support a broad range of activities to prevent and control crime and to improve the law enforcement and criminal justice systems for the city and county of El Paso, Texas, as per the public comment requirements in the certifications and assurances by the Chief Executive of the applicant government. Contract number 2022-0550. Could we
you.
please have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Dominguez, welcome.
Deputy Domino, I'm here with my partner. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego, County Commissioner. We're here to present on this grant that we're asking for some equipment, the e-tickets. These machines are machines utilized by our patrol officers on the field to write citations. In the past, we've received this type of equipment through this type of grant. But this equipment will keep us up to date on certain requirements from the state, federal regulations for record keeping. So this will cover 25 of these e-ticket machines. Again, they're electronic citation machines in the amount of $81,862. Do you all have any questions on these machines?
I just want to be clear. Excuse me. Are these machines to assist the deputies and police officers to identify the driver by swiping a driver's license through the machine?
Yes, they can be, we can swipe, that's pretty much how they work. We swipe the license through the machine. It'll confirm who that driver is and the status of that license.
And it'll also display whether or not that person has outstanding warrants?
No, that we run our checks through our TCIC, NCIC system through dispatch.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Move to approve.
Second.
Just, yeah, this is the public hearing.
Oh,
So
I'm
we'll
sorry.
just, let's
We
go
need
ahead
to
and
go
make,
back
if there's
into-
nobody here for public comment on this item, then what we'll go ahead and do is we can close the public hearing at this time.
Okay.
Then I move to close.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Did we lose? Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
So item number 18 will be approve and authorize the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to apply for the U.S. Department of Justice FY22 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program local solicitation as the lead applicant for funding in the amount of $210,519 to be split evenly between the county and the city of El Paso from October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2025. No county matches required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the required accompanying grant forms. Contract number 2022-0524.
Okay, now I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19.
Thank you both for being with us. Thank you.
Item number 19, receive a presentation from the Criminal Justice Coordination Department regarding a department overview and updates, including SB 6 mandates, caseload outcomes, and caseload ratios and workforce demands.
Hey, Catherine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
County Judge, Honorable Commissioners, Catherine Jones, Criminal Justice Director with Criminal Justice Coordination Department. Thank you so much for letting me be here this afternoon. All right, first slide, next slide. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead. I think that
This is what was attached in the backup?
I'm sorry, sir?
This was attached in the backup, the agenda?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead. We'll just make do with what we've got. I just wanted to let you know that as your Criminal Justice Coordination Department, we are striving to be the recognized leader in pretrial justice. And we do that through the El Paso County Pretrial Risk Assessment that is locally validated and is now being updated by UTEP researchers. So we're very excited to see the outcomes of that. We also do that by completing financial affidavits with the court-appointed attorneys. We do eligibility, criminal history services, bond contract interviews, public safety reports, and we monitor the jail population for magistrates. Our supervision unit is currently doing bond condition supervision, which includes the First Chance program, alcohol monitoring and drug testing, treatment referrals, court reminders, case manager meetings, and court appearances. We also do very robust data collection and research, thanks to Joel Bishop. We do this by maintaining 4 work locations, one here at the courthouse, one at the jail, one at the MDR building, and one at the Isleta Annex. We have a total of 47 staff and a budget of just over $2.9 million. So here we are. Nope, there we are. Thank you. So right now, our assessment and intake unit that works at the jail has completed for this fiscal year almost 9,000 pretrial reports and risk assessments. We have completed over 11,000 indigent assessments for court-appointed attorneys. And with those indigent assessments, we have almost 85% that we have found eligible for indigent defense. And why this is so important to note right now is that last fiscal year, we had a 63% eligibility for court-appointed attorneys. So you see how the economy is affecting the criminal justice system and how many more court-appointed attorneys that are having to be provided. And something brand new, the public safety report system that was implemented by SB 6. We have completed, when I made this presentation, just under 6,400 public safety reports. That is probably closer to about 7,000 right now. Next slide, please. Here we go. So with the public safety reports, we are having to, I did a time analysis breakdown, okay? So we could see how much time these public safety reports were requiring of my staff. As you can see, we are spending a minimum of 7.5 hours per shift preparing the PSRs. Keep in mind our shifts are 12 hours long at the jail, but 7.5 of these hours are being spent having to fulfill the obligations of SB 6. How we are doing this right now, my supervisors are taking on a tremendous load of work. They are having to fill the gaps with my staff. So how SB 6 is affecting the criminal justice coordination, it is taking a lot of time. Okay, so we perform public safety reports on everyone who, prior to initial magistration. We do it for added charges, we do it for fast track, and we do it for dockets, meaning that everybody who is not released cannot make their bond at initial magistration, we are having to complete new PSRs for the 48-hour bond hearing going forward. So that is where we are spending a great amount of time. Next slide, please. So our supervision unit. We have pretrial supervision outcomes right now that I really want to bring to your attention because I could not be more proud right now. We have a no rearrest compliance rate of 81%, a full conditions compliance rate of 77%, and right now, 94% of our clients attend 100% of their court appearances. That is almost unheard of, okay? That is a phenomenal rate. We should all be exceptionally proud of these numbers. Next slide, please. So I wanted to bring this to your attention because I think it's a very interesting, some very interesting data. Bond type given at initial bail setting. So this is when you are first arrested and you go down before the magistrate judges. 83% of people are being released on surety bonds or given surety bonds at initial magistration. Okay, 75% are full surety bonds and 8.5% of those are split bonds. So we are only getting 8% of our 8% of our clients at initial magistration. After that, at 48-hour bond hearing, when people are sitting in jail and they can't afford the bond amount that's been given, and the magistrates choose to either lower the bond or give people a full PR, that's where we're getting most of our clients, 48 hours and beyond. Next slide, please. So what I've done, so something that's been bothering me since I got here was our high caseload numbers. So something I did was a time analysis. I worked with several of our officers to get time amounts spent on each type of case that they have to carry. Based on those numbers, I configured what would be an appropriate caseload amount for those officers to carry. So what I want you to see here are our DWI officers. We have 5 officers who are devoted solely to the specialized supervision of DWI cases. My target caseload for them would be 125. And you can see from this, they are carrying much higher numbers than that. Just to show you that I'm not far off from other jurisdictions, Tarrant County, their DWI officers have a target caseload of 115. They are currently managing 159 on average. So we are seeing a lot more clients. Next slide, please. So going here with my officers 6 through 9, I have a possession of marijuana, which is our first chance program, and a high profile case, which are given to my senior officer, one of my senior officers. Target caseload for that would be 125. You see he's carrying 222. I have a couple of admin and standard officers. They are carrying easier caseloads because those clients do not necessarily have to report to the office. So my target caseload for them would be 250. I have one of them carrying 506 cases right now. My mental health officer, this is the most difficult and stringent caseload there is. 100 would be my max for a mental health officer. She's carrying 489. We have had to cap her right now. I think one positive thing the pandemic has done is make mental health at the forefront of conversations now. The other thing it has done is cause many more mental health issues to come out in people. So I think that's why we're seeing such a high mental health caseload. Next slide, please. And these are my high-intensity officers who have mostly enhanced and intensive clients. These are the clients that have to report once a month to twice a month to twice a week, and I even have a couple clients who are being requested to report daily. So their average caseload would be 150. That would be very manageable here. For Tarrant County, theirs is 125 as a target caseload. And they are averaging right now 226. You see that we are beating their average right now here in El Paso. Next slide, please. So this fiscal year, we are averaging 355 clients per officer. Last fiscal year, we were at 290. That is an approximate 22% increase for just the 9 months of this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So my mitigation plan for this is an adjustment of supervision guidelines, something that we are going to be doing to coincide with the UTEP revalidation. I have a virtual check-in app that I'm working with purchasing to obtain right now. And what's not on here is enterprise supervision software. We are working, you have graciously approved our software development plan. So we are working with Tyler to have that software built. Next slide, please. And some of my fun highlights. I don't want you to think that my staff just works. I told you about a departmental walking challenge that we did last year. We had 97% participation, and the winning team of 4 walked over 2.3 million steps, which is over 1,000 miles in 3 months. A team of 4, which just blows my mind and makes my feet hurt when I think about it. The other thing we are doing, we are increasing our county family. Your Criminal Justice Coordination Department is having 5 babies this calendar year. We just had one on Friday, and we've got 2 more coming, 1 more in August and 1 in September. So I wanted to introduce you to 2 of them. The top one is our senior officer, Hector Gonzalez, and that is baby Hector. And the bottom one, that adorable little smiling fellow, belongs to one of our supervision officers, Stephanie Flores, and that is Caleb. So, next slide. That is it for me. I am here to take questions.
Questions? Yeah, Commissioner Leon, please.
Probably Betsy is better suited to answer this, maybe not. On these subjects that are arrested, there's a certain amount that they pay in fines that comes back to the county to offset some of our costs. In your request for more personnel, can this be partially covered by those fines and levies?
I wish, Commissioner Leon, the fines and fees do not nearly cover the cost. You may recall on the report that Edward gave, where we were talking about fines and fees, you see that in some areas, those have actually been an area that have declined. So while their caseload is up, part of that reasoning is their caseload is up, and the process to get to the point of fines and fees is not moving as rapidly. We do expect it will start increasing, but it's not up to help cover, and it doesn't nearly cover the cost of the justice system that's involved.
I'm sorry, Betsy, is that because the judges are fining less?
I think it's a combination, and Joel, you can probably speak to this better than I can, but it's a combination of things. They do have to consider ability to pay now. It is something that they do have to consider, but it's also the timing for when those fines and fees are actually applied to a person. They're taking into consideration someone's ability to pay. There may be other factors that you all may want to add to what I'm saying.
And I guess, Betsy, that correlates to, you mentioned something about the indigent rating has gone from 60% to about 84%.
Yes, sir, and I think Betsy's absolutely correct, and a good point to look at when you're considering the fees and fines. A tremendous amount of our clients are indigent. We have clients who cannot afford their mobile alcohol units, and so they're being revoked. Their bonds are being revoked, and they're having to go sit back in jail because they can't afford, the rates to pay for that. Hopefully, we're going to mitigate that with the RFP that you approved and the contract that's coming forward from that. I wrote in there that our most indigent clients would receive free units. So, we're looking at ways to help our clients, but the reality is you can't get fines from individuals who can't afford to pay them.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, Commissioner Leon, you know better than anyone, the crime rate goes up when the economy gets bad. If people can't afford gas and they can't afford a gallon of milk, unfortunately, oftentimes they'll turn to crime. And so with our economy the way that it is, we're never going to be able to.
Joel, you want to?
Yes, thank you.
Comment?
Judge and Commissioners, Joel Bishop with County Administration. I just wanted to add one thing on that too, is that some counties, and this is becoming less and less common, but some counties in Texas and around the country will actually charge an internal fee for pretrial supervision like probation does or something, and we don't do that. We don't charge a fee for the pretrial supervision. So if there's other fees that could cover it, maybe we can look into that, and I'll try to get you a more precise answer to your question about fines and fees, but we don't charge a fee to the clients, and that's moving more and more away from that, especially pretrial when they're not convicted.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Any further comments? Betsy, any additional comments on this?
I just want to take a minute to commend Kathy. She originally had this presentation scheduled for earlier this month, but we gave some feedback. She was very receptive, and I really appreciate her being willing to bring it back on a Monday. But we do want to keep the court aware of what's happening in the system and how it's impacting our workload, and just what an amazing team we have that's doing this work. You all recently recognized them under a resolution for the pretrial supervision week, and it's so well-deserved because you can tell how hard they're working.
But Catherine, this is a sort of one of those unfunded mandates that's becoming more and more expensive for the county, and obviously becomes a burden on our budget. And is there any light at the end of the tunnel that they could help us or anything? Because if this keeps going in that direction, I mean, this is extremely costly to the county.
It is extremely costly. The other option is keeping people in jail, and that's even more burdensome on the county. And it's also burdensome on human beings who haven't been convicted of a crime yet. You know, I think Joel was 100% correct. Charging fees for pretrial is punitive. You know, these individuals are innocent unless they are proven guilty in a court of law, and that is the way we treat them in our department. So.
Yeah, no, thank you, Judge, and it's a great question, and something that the rest of the counties are struggling with as well is what are we going to do about this SB 6, this unfunded mandate? I know we're not alone. We meet every 2 weeks with the 6 big counties, and we talk about these issues. And I think it will probably come up to be corrected and maybe adjusted at the next legislative session. I'm sure there's going to be solutions and proposals to either fund it or adjust it to where it's not such a burden. There are other options as well that I don't think the judges are as accustomed to yet, but SB 6 does allow for PR bonds with no conditions, and not all of these people need us supervising them. So as we reconvene a work group and we look at our outcomes and review that, the PR bond with no supervision or not putting a burden on this group is an option that could be implemented by the judges that would help in the lower risk, nonviolent people that don't need the government, you know, holding their hand through this process. I think that will help as well. So as Kathy mentioned in her presentation, adjusting the supervision guidelines may be another way we can get to lowering those caseloads and addressing this increased workload without having to spend more money.
And Joel, just a quick question to you. Do you think that a lot of the clients are unemployed and unable to pay, or underemployed and unable to pay?
Both. Yeah, I think we're seeing both, and hopefully we'll be able to give you percentages of that. We looked at that a couple of years back at the unemployment rate on our caseloads. But yeah, there's definitely, we're seeing both, and as you saw, you're seeing the rise in indigency and on those qualifying for indigent services. That's a byproduct of unemployment or underemployment.
Yeah, just the inflation alone would trigger that. You know, the cost of gas, the cost of, you know, becomes a burden to come up with the money for any additional, like for this situation.
Anecdotally, I was speaking to one of our clients who said that she had to make the decision to work or to buy gas, and at what she was making, it was cost prohibitive for her to drive as far as she had to for work. So, you know, I mean, there are things like that are occurring. I also believe that one thing that will truly help mitigate and help our officers with their caseloads is this new check-in app that we are going to be getting. It provides biometric check-in capabilities, and it provides geofencing So we will be notified in real time if someone has left El Paso or if someone has violated a protective order, and my officers will get the notifications, okay, this person has checked in on time, this person hasn't checked in, so it's going to save us a lot of time.
Thank you.
Anything that'll carve into reducing the costs, so. Well, Catherine, great
Absolutely,
job.
sir.
Great job, great presentation. Joel, thank you. And, you know, it's so much, we're aligned so much with, you know, our reform, our justice reform, that makes it a little harder because, you know, we really don't want anybody in jail that shouldn't be, or anybody in jail because they don't have the money to be out. And that sort of, this makes it a little bit more difficult to be able to do those things, so.
Oh, and I thank you very much. El Paso County's doing it right. It's just, unfortunately, you know, right now, we're in a struggle to keep up with what's happening in so many dynamics beyond our control. So I think once the
Thank you,
economy
Catherine.
springs up, everything will be better.
And your whole team, okay? Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. Excuse me, Catherine? Catherine? I was going to say, by the way, I had an opportunity to go through the survey with Joel, and it's congratulations. Some really great improvements. Thank you so much. Stretch.
Can't leave.
We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance again. Yeah. Where's Ruby?
Item number 20, Health and Social Services. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement between the County of El Paso and Biblioteca LLC to purchase services for the county digital library for remote access to a collection of over 219,000 shared digital ebooks, e-audiobooks, and unlimited simultaneous use to thousands of magazines and graphic novels. Funding in the amount of $180,000 is available in General Fund, Digital Library, Books and Subscriptions, contract number 2022-0478.
Thank you. Irene.
Good
welcome.
afternoon. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. So this is an exciting item for me to present to you. This is one of our kind of last purchases for our digital library system. This purchase agreement is with Biblioteca to purchase our actual collection of our books that will be going up in our digital library system. The collection with this purchase will actually be 4,000 books that the county will own. However, this agreement gives us membership to a consortium that adds another 219,000 books and magazines and other e-content to our community. And so this is a big value to us and the best bang for our buck. So I'm happy to present this and hoping for your favorable approval of this agreement.
Well, you already have a standing ovation.
Yay.
Yeah, this is long overdue. I think it was back in, we're trying to talk to Judge Wolf from San Antonio, and they had been, you know, pretty active in digital libraries, and so this is a great thing for us as well. So thank you for that.
I'll move to.
Yes,
Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
I was just going to add, Judge, that San Antonio has been a great asset to us. They've been kind of with us every step of the way, guiding us. So we're very fortunate to have them kind of be the pioneers for this, and we're happy to get guidance from them as well.
That's good to hear. We're becoming of age. Thank you. Any questions, any comments?
No.
Do we need to?
I'll move to approve.
Yeah, second?
Second?
Did Commissioner Stout have a comment?
No, he said second.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Irene. Great job. Thanks.
Item number 21 from Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign and accept the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Recreation Grants Local Parks Grant Program State Grant Agreement for playgrounds, sports courts, and skate park renovations in 6 county parks in the amount of $1,314,016 with a grant match of $1,314,016 in-kind labor, equipment, and cash from the county and Kaboom. Contract 2022-0555. For this item, we are requesting for it to be postponed for 1 week.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22, grant applications. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the application for federal assistance SF 424 grant application to the United States Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Services Urban Agriculture Innovation Program in the amount of $300,000 for a 2-year period to support a workforce development and mentorship program for the expansion of the demonstration garden and related programming from the Civilian Conservation Corps located at the entrance of the San Elizario Historic District. There is no county match. Contract number 2022-0553. For this item, they're requesting for it to be deleted.
I'll move to delete.
Second?
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Stout?
Go ahead.
Okay, Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And this now, I'm sorry, item number 24, Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement plan allocations. Upon adoption of the budget, further approve the reallocation of funds in the amount of $12,043,742 from the CP Improvement 01 miscellaneous account to the various accounts as provided in the backup.
Welcome, Danielle.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Danielle Chavez with the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Last Thursday, we presented to you the FY23 recommended capital improvement project allocations. We are asking for you to approve and authorize the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement plan allocations. Upon adoption of the budget, further approve the reallocation of funds in the amount of $12,043,742 from the CP Improve 01 miscellaneous account to the various accounts as provided in the backup.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
very
Danielle.
much.
Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You too.
This now brings us to item number 25, executive session. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 25A through 25C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hey, Carl, we've got a couple of 281s coming up. Would you like to join us for that executive session? Yeah, unless you're tied up. If you're tied up, that's not a problem.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all-skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in the winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptied. I mean, you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So We saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding, so we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the streets. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
We're really excited to host a girls fast pitch camp with the UTEP softball players. They're here all day. It's an all-day camp for girls aging 8 to 12. And they're really out here having a good time, learning the fundamentals and the basics of softball.
I think it's important for youth this age just to make sure they have the right mechanics down and they're doing the fundamental things right, things correctly, so that way when they get older, it's easy for them to do.
Having an all skills camp is really cool. Having it in a one day, it's even better. I really like the fact that they're focusing on different strains. So they separated the catchers and they're still running bases, and I saw them working on pitching. You know, giving the softball community a space to evolve is great.
The sports park brings people from all over the county because it's a large venue. It's one of the largest in the county for sports. Events like this one, the camp at the sports park, are really great because it just provides another opportunity for our community children to come out.
It's a beautiful location, the way the fields are actually maintained. Very proud of the fact that there are almost a mini professional baseball fields out there. So we have hundreds of people coming to El Paso and really taking advantage of the sports park. And it is an economic driver for the east side and for the entire county.
Come and play with us at El Paso County Park.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping, and we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptying them, and you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding, so we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. We have completed all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Well, thank you, and thank your translators back there. Thank you for that, and our whole team, our production team. Thank you, commissioners. Drive safe, Commissioner Stout, and we'll see everybody back here. Jessica, everybody, thank you. Have a great week. Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:57 p.m.